Ni besi bia me se Samere wa me tonyo Ni besi bia me se Sha me se Ni besi bia me se Samere wa me tonyo Me si ni besi bia me se Anya se bia me penantia Jeta na minibi Yeah Anya se bia me pepe Sike ya na minibi Sha Anya me pesa me ne namba sabasa me de na me didi Tide bia mi wo grow me watan Hasona wasa me ya ground Eradie I am in crabia ne free fie Pape I am in crabia ne free fie Sha I am in pna apna atwa anaza du fie Eradie I am in crabia ne free fie Yeah Me say Ni besi bia me say Sa me rewa me to no Ni besi bia me say Me say Ni besi bia me say Sa me rewa me to no Me say ni besi bia me say Say ya na me dia menti asiu Say ya na me dia menti asiu Inti na ne na me when it ya last year anko ye Hey papa na me when it ya last year me no fie Yeah me ya country my yasa Sacro e moasa Mini ahu oden manopa Akwame de odi asasa Eradie I am in crabia de frifie Pape I am in crabia de frifie I atwa mempna apna anasa du fie Eradie I am in crabia de frifie Mese Ni besi bia mese Samira wa me to no Ni besi bia mese Sha mese Ni besi bia mese Samira wa me to no Ni besi bia mese Say ya na me de menti asiu Say ya na me de menti asiu Inti na ne nyamye when it ya last year anko ye Papa nyamye when it ya last year me do fie Ye ya kwantre ma yasa Sacro e moasa Mini aho oden manopa Akwame de odia sasa Eradie I am in crabia de free fie Yeah Pape I am in crabia de free fie Yemu bi ono ma Ebi everybody na kwanwa Nti ya kan ye komu no nyese bia ye pese ye be se bi nso otebia mi mu a nyese ne openo no Nchan kwa legendary comfort kwade kwa ye bi ogusu ye because yemu bi o inspire Yankopon shaga na fo ina Q Studios Ima wase bibia ima peninsula Abrantia abodam
Guys, what's up? So give me like 1 moment. I'll be here shortly, but before I go ahead, how are you guys doing? How you guys doing? Like, I'm like literally like, how are you guys doing? How is your life? How is work? How is your everything? I just wanted to chat it up with you guys a little bit because I honestly just really usually. Can you guys hear me? I hope you guys can hear me. Anyways, I normally just go into topic. I don't really like ask how you guys are doing or whatever. So I wanted to just know how you guys are doing, literally. And I honestly miss some of you guys, but like life is just too good right now. Like life is just too good right now. Like I can't even lie. Like my friends, it's summer, right? So my friends are always hitting me up like, do you want to come here? Do you want to come there? And I'm someone who doesn't usually have a life like that, but I'm starting to realize that, you know, being friends with people in real life is a bit more important than like online friends. Because I had this experience where I thought somebody was really here for me and they weren't. And online, right? So it was an online friendship mostly because they live in a different country. So I thought this person had my back, but they really didn't. And I didn't know that until later. And I'm still not completely over it. I'll be honest, like I'm not, because it's like, wow. You know, people act a certain way online and then when you really get to know them, they switch up. And I did nothing to this person. Like I literally did nothing to this person, but they started, okay, long story short, right? They started to speak to one of my known enemies. And I was like, okay, of all people, why would you speak to that person? Like, why would you speak to the person who I have beef with? You know, why would you do that? You know, and they were like, oh, well, you have beef with them, but I don't have beef with them. But see, this is the thing. Like, if you're speaking to somebody who I don't like or someone who I literally legitimately have beef with, why don't you tell me? Like, why don't you give me an advance notice that, hey, I'm speaking to this person? This person didn't let me know anything. They didn't let me know anything. Like, I'm not that immature that if you're friends with somebody who I don't like, we can't be friends. But like, why can't you give the decency of me knowing instead of me finding out in another way? And you know, I will say this person is still my friend. I don't know why. I guess I'm too nice. They're still my friend, but I don't trust them. So are they really my friend? Because can you be friends with somebody you don't trust? I'm not sure about that. So I guess I value our friendship, but I really wouldn't trust them with intimate details anymore because I don't know. What if you're telling my enemy these things? You know? So it is what it is. It is what it is. But shout outs to Ugbala, shout out to Maroon, shout outs to Jug Season. You guys, honestly, this is gonna be a rant, but you guys really don't know what I'm gonna be talking about in this video. I'll be honest with you, it doesn't have much to do with Diaspora. It's only one person in the Diaspora that I have an issue with. Not with them collectively, but I'm more so angry that Ghana is not even a Pan-African country, but people think it's a Pan-African country because Ghana keeps fooling people by doing these Pan-African things, right? I'll give you guys a perfect example. Let me play the clip right now. Hold on. Hi, 86 Lio. How are you doing? Did I even? Okay. Yeah, let me play it.
Let me thank you all for the participation and support you give us during the global launch of the Pan-African Heritage Museum project. Here we are. This is Pomarzi Hills at the Winneba roundabout. This is only about 45 minutes drive from Accra, and we have the access road that we are preparing all the way to the top where we're going to have the museum complex. We indicated that apart from the museum building, We're going also to have a garden of sculptures to sculpture our African heroes. We're also going to have a palace of kingdoms to demonstrate what Africa has from ancient times to today, what kind of kingdoms we have had, and we're going to sculpture and curate the kingdoms for the whole world to know that we have been very rich running our own businesses before the interventions that we had in our history. Then we're also going to have a herbal plant farm where we're going to plant all the African species of herbs that we have had, all the species that we can find now in various parts of the Pan-African world, in the Bahamas, in the Caribbean, in South America, in Asia. We're going to bring all of them here to show that we have had these riches and heritage all these years. This is apart from the other amusement centers, the hotels, the conferencing, and all the various facilities that we'll put at the disposal of those who come here. Even in the herbal plant farm, we are going to have chalets. So you can live there under the herbal plants, enjoy the effects of nature on your life, and then also enjoy the presence of African spirituality in your life. Now, the beauty about this access road is that we're going to plant all kinds of trees on the side of this driveway all the way to the top so that you will enjoy as you go up. We'll have sculptures and other paintings all along the way. 1.2 kilometers drive. As we said at the launch of the project on 21st of September, the Pan-African Heritage World Project here is going to be the biggest on the continent of Africa. Not only are we going to have a museum building, as I have said, we have all the features that will make you feel you are African, that will make you proud, that will inspire you to know that there is something to be proud of in being African. And more important, you'll be exposed to not only what has happened in the past in our history, but what is also going forward to the future. And that's why we have hubs for innovators, for technology, for youth, and for all those who have something to offer the black world. This project is going to cost us a lot. And I must thank those of you who have already made contributions through our website and through also our various agencies around the world. This is the time we are appealing to you to join us. You are going to join us on this journey. I'm sure you're going to be very proud to be part of the building of Africa's biggest Pan-African Heritage World Museum. It is the one that is going to be the center for pilgrimage for all of us. And throughout the year, we'll have a location where we can stop, live in, experience, and enjoy the beauty of being African. Thank you.
Okay, so the issue I have with this video and with this project is it always seems that Ghana has to put it upon itself to do these type of things. Like, I'm wondering why other countries aren't volunteering to do this stuff. Like, Ghana always has to do this stuff, and it's really annoying because it's like a lot of these projects are not funded by the whole continent or funded by the diaspora. So it's like, let Ghana build everything for everyone else and no one else participates. Like, what kind of deal is that? I just want to know, what kind of deal is that? And who asked for a Pan-African museum? Like, who asked for that? Last time I checked, nobody was wondering about a Pan-African museum. I'm just saying, right? So this is what he was talking about. He was talking about Pan-African Heritage Museum. Welcome to the Pan-African Heritage Digital Museum. So it's digitally right now, but obviously there is a move to actually make this be in person. And I'm just like, who cares? Like, I don't see, this is the thing. Like, Ghana hasn't even built a good national museum. Like, Ghana hasn't even built state national things. But Ghanaians are worried about building museums for other people. Like, I don't understand that. Ghana doesn't even have money like that to be doing all this. But Ghana always volunteer. I don't know who makes Ghana do this. Like, I have no idea why Ghana always feels the need to do these type of things, and like other countries just watch like, oh, Ghana, we're so happy for you. We're so proud of you. Why is your country not doing anything for Pan-Africanism? Like, I just want to know. Why is it only Ghana that has to do stuff for Pan-Africanism and every other country just gets to watch? Oh, because the other countries do not care. That's great. So then why does Ghana have to care if other countries don't care? I just don't understand that. Right? I really don't understand this. And a lot of these projects, if you look at it, it's not things that are funded by other African countries. It's funded mostly by Ghanaians. And yes, I'll say the diaspora. But the diaspora funding these projects actually bothers me because some of them are the same people that will go to Ghana and then say that Ghanaians are scamming them. Ghanaians don't really like them. Ghanaians just like their money. So it's like, so what's really the point of all of this? Like, I just want, what's the point? Anytime Ghana tries to welcome people, they sit in America, because a lot of these people that say that Ghana is scamming them, I've noticed they haven't even went to Ghana. Like, they're sitting in America and saying that Ghana is scamming them. I'm like, yeah, sure. Ghana scamming you all the way from US. Yeah, got it. But because people really think that this Pan-African thing just started. Like, this Pan-African thing, we have Brazilians in both Nigeria and Ghana who've been there for over 100 years. We have the Rastafarians who've been going to Africa, all over Africa for hundreds of years. But now you want to act like Ghana inviting you is Ghanaians wanting to scam you. Sure, got it. Cool. Okay. Anyways, this is another thing that I think is not gonna happen, but I don't know why people are talking about this. Like, if you go to some Pan-African spaces, they literally act like this project is gonna happen. I don't think this project is gonna happen, but hey.
Ghana to build a multi-billion Wakanda City of Return, an ultra-modern smart city in Cape Coast. Although insufficient electricity supply held down Ghana's growth by 0.5 percentage points in the 2000s, infrastructure contributed slightly more than 1 percentage point to the country's better per capita growth, raising the country's infrastructure endowment to that of the region's middle-income country might boost annual growth by almost 2.7 percentage points. Ghana presently has a relatively established infrastructural basis when compared to other African low-income countries. When the country approaches the middle-income threshold, however, it will have to focus on upgrading infrastructure metrics in order to meet this requirement. The African Diaspora Development Institute, a DDI, and 2 local businesses have signed a memorandum of understanding to pave the way for the Wakanda Metropolis of Return, a futuristic smart city. By utilizing Ghana's legacy and cultural tourist value, the partners seek to create a destination of pilgrimage for individuals of African origin to learn about their history, culture, African civilization, and role in the establishment of the New World economy. The project is a private sector-led initiative to revitalize Cape Coast's waterfront and new areas by offering a historic experience with 5-star hotels, a retreat and wellness resort, conference facilities, and Addie's ultra-modern Continental corporate offices. The two local companies involved in the joint venture with the African Diaspora Development Investment are Pelicape Limited and Adepa Africa Investments. As a result of the project, around 3,000 jobs are expected to be created in Cape Coast. The organizers argue that the project's timing is appropriate because the government's year of return and beyond the return initiatives are still benefiting the country. Thank you for visiting us to learn more about the Wakanda City of Return's construction in Ghana. Stay tuned as we learn more about the initiative and how it will impact Ghanaians. Please join us on our journey by subscribing to Africa Reloaded. The idea behind the creation of the city. The city, whose name is based on the technologically advanced mythical African location featured in Black Panther, wants to serve as a pilgrimage for African Americans to learn about their history, culture, and Africa's role in the creation of the modern global economy. The city project is broken down into 5 sections. When completed, the city will include a 1,000-bed teaching hospital, a university and technical college, 5-star hotels and resorts, a pharmaceutical manufacturing plant, parks and green space, a shopping center, self-driving electric car highways, and more. In a statement, the city's project team said, "The African diaspora is committed to altering the African narrative. We are certain that a unified African diaspora can provide the necessary capacity to help Africa reclaim its rightful place on the global stage." Benefits of the Wakanda City of Return project. Along the Cape Coast shoreline, the Wakanda City of Return will see the construction of 5-star hotels, a heritage promenade, a retreat and health resort, conference facilities, and the African Diaspora Development Institute's Continental corporate offices. Approximately 3,000 jobs will be created as a result of the project in Cape Coast. Contributions towards the construction of the Wakanda City of Return. During the launch, Osabar Makwesi Atautu, the paramount chief of Cape Coast and the event's chairman, addressed the crowd, applauding the assemblies and its partners' effort and pledged his commitment to guaranteeing the project's success. He believes the project, which will be built along Cape Coast's coasts, will help to transform the unfavorable perception of Cape Coast and Ghana as a whole in terms of development. He continued by saying that the ultra-modern city should be able to show the rest of the world that Ghana is not only rich in tourism potential, but also in mental strength to achieve great things. The Vice Chancellor of the Cape Coast Technical University, Reverend Prof. Joshua Danso Ulusu Sekir, also pledged the university's readiness to work with the investors to make the project a success, stating that the project will not only increase the area's tourism potential, but will also attract more investors. Dr. Kojo Taylor, chairman of the Wakanda City of Return and a partner of Sanford Clinics in Ghana, said the partners are on pace to raise the funds needed to build the city. As a result, he dismissed fears that the project would fall into the category of unfulfilled promises. "I've worked on a few initiatives, including the Sanford Clinics, and I'm convinced that raising cash for this one will be straightforward. On a monthly or quarterly basis, we will offer public updates so that people are aware of our work," he continued. Honorable Ernest Arthur, the mayor of Cape Coast, was lauded by Her Excellency Ambassador Irekana Chihambori Kwao, the president of a DDI and a former African Union representative to the United States, for his dedication to see this project through. She indicated that she is prepared to acquire finances as quickly as possible so that construction may begin. Nana Aboki Zampa, CEO of Adepa Africa Investments and Apagiahan of Asabu Traditional Area, underlined the significance of working together as a people to achieve this lofty goal. He feels that the people of Cape Coast must unite to assist him achieve his goals. The Ghanaian government has agreed to a good project that is critical to the country's progress. The ultra-modern smart city will be able to bring Ghana to the pinnacle of growth once it is completed. Thank you for taking the time to watch Africa Reloaded. I hope you enjoyed it, and if you did, please subscribe to our channel for more Ghana-related videos.
Okay, first and foremost, the people who are running this project are not primarily Ghanaian. So that's interesting that you're saying Ghanaians love this idea. Did you even ask them if they want this idea? Because I'm pretty sure they didn't. Like, I'm pretty sure it wasn't a majority of Ghanaians that agreed to something like this. But people feel like it's their responsibility to do things on behalf of Ghanaians, and it's so annoying. I don't know. I agree. Ghanaians are way too nice because I don't know who would take a city called Wakanda City seriously. Like, who would take that? And the justification behind this city is that, oh, it's gonna help bring profit. It's gonna help with just a whole bunch of things, right? But I'm sitting here wondering, like, why are we worried about outsiders? Why are we worried about people outside helping Ghana when Ghanaians should be helping themselves? Like, I don't get it. I literally do not get it. Okay. So Wakanda City of Return, like, I love that movie. Okay. I love Black Panther. I thought it was a really good movie. And they're gonna come out with a part two. I'm definitely gonna watch it. But that's a movie. That's a film. That's not real life. So you're really gonna make name a city Wakanda City of Return? Is this a joke? This has to be a joke. Like, this has to be, you have to be making, and they're not making this up. This is serious, okay? So they're saying the Cape Coast metropolis. So Cape Coast is actually a city, is set to experience the reality of technologically advanced fictional Africana city portrayed in the blockbuster film Black Panther. So you're gonna build a billion, well, I'm gonna assume it's a multi-million, not multi-billion. I'm gonna assume it's a multi-million dollar city in order to what? Copy Black Panther? Like, what's the point in that? Like, so this scheduled to begin in 2021, and I don't know if you guys have been keeping up with Ghanaian finances, but it's not looking too good. I'm just being honest, okay? It's not looking too good in Ghana right now. Like, the pandemic, inflation, a lot of things happening in the world. Ghana's economy is actually taking a huge hit. Ghana went to the IMF to ask for help. Ghana's not doing that well. Okay. So I'm wondering how they're going to build a multi-million dollar city when the country's technically broke. Like, how is this happening? I just want to know how is this this is why I'm saying I'm laughing at the Wakanda City of Return, because I don't think this is ever gonna happen. And people can make fun of me. I don't think this is ever. Who is gonna build this? Okay, this is just dreams that people are saying, right? So, anyways, scheduled to begin in 2021, the facility seeks to leverage the monumental historical lineage and cultural aspects the metropolis to attract, retain tourists from all walks of life. Again, why is there such a need to attract tourists when you can literally fix your chocolate or your cocoa industry? Like, shouldn't that be a number one priority? No? Okay, cool. So it comes with 5-star hotels. I highly doubt that. Okay. I highly doubt that. Listen, I'm not trying to be mean, but I highly doubt that you can build 5-star hotels there. Like, hotels are more 4-star if we really want to be nice. Retreat centers, health resorts. This makes me laugh so hard because if you know anything about health care in a lot of African countries, you have to pay for healthcare. It's not like you actually get free healthcare. It's not like you even get insurance. Like, if you're sick, you actually have to pay for. So I don't even understand what this means. Like, I have no idea what that is. Conference centers, okay. Entertainment, which I completely love that. But why do you need to build a Wakanda city for entertainment? Anyways, a continental corporate headquarters for the a continental corporate headquarters for the African Diaspora Development Institute. Okay, so if the AU wasn't already doing a bad job in Africa, you now want to create an African Diaspora Development Institute for okay, that's gonna be focused in Ghana, obviously, because who else would agree to this nonsense? This city will serve as a safe haven for pilgrimage of people of African descent to learn more about their history, culture. This can't they already do that? History, culture, the civilization. I swear they can already do that when they go to Ghana. Okay. So, anyways, this is a place for African descent people to learn about their history, culture, the civilization of Africa, and its role in the new economy. Why do we need to build a center for this when we could actually just create projects for this? Like, I'm just asking you, like, why do you need to build a building for this type of nonsense when you could just be doing that in actual projects? Now, they're saying this is going to create 3,000 jobs, whatever. I mean, sure. When that actually happens, which I already gave you a hint that it's most likely not going to happen because Ghana is in a financial crisis right now. And for all this Pan-African thing that Ghana is doing, I wonder why nobody wants to help Ghana right now when it actually needs financial support. I'm just wondering why. Anyway, okay, let me not read everything because this is getting boring. Okay, he described the project as great and timely to complement national efforts at bringing Africans in the diaspora to their roots, to support the collective commitment to redeem dignity of the African race through unity and emancipation of the can-do spirit by all Blacks. Interesting. So Dr. Arakana Shishimbori Kwaro, who is actually not even Ghanaian, which is even weirder, okay? Let me search her up for a minute. She's from Zimbabwe. I'm like, if you're from Zimbabwe, why are you worried about Pan-Africanism? Number one, like why are you worried about that? Why are you not worried about Robert Mugabe ruining your country and your country being in a financial, why are you not worried about that? I don't get it. Okay. So anyway, she's the president of this Wakanda City of Return. Okay. She's very smart, nice. She's living in where right now? So she used to be part of the African Union ambassador. After living many years in Zimbabwe. So she's not even Ghanaian, but she's putting her roots in Ghana for what? Now somebody said, okay, she's married to a Ghanaian. Still, you're not Ghanaian. And you're living in the US. So I'm wondering what this has to do with you. Like, I don't, because someone explained this to me because I really don't get it, right? I just don't understand. You're so Pan-African that you're still living in the US. Like, you're so Pan-African that you're African. You went to the AU to be part of that stupid well, no, I won't say stupid, but to be part of that organization that's not really helping Africa. Let's be honest here. It's not. And now it's your responsibility to build a Wakanda City of Return in Ghana for what? Like I don't understand that. Okay? She said the project will bring emotional relief to the descendants of Black Africans who left the shores of Africa some 400 years ago and called on all diaspora to return home where they belong. If they let me tell you something. The diaspora has been returning back home, and the ones that are serious about returning back home have already done so or already making steps to do so. You don't have to tell them, "Hey, come back home if you want." They already are going back home. Like, oh my goodness, she's so Anyways, let me see if I can find another stupid video about this. Do you think Wakanda is a good name? Like, how are you supposed to be taken seriously in the world if you're building a city called Wakanda City? Like, why are people like this? Why don't you just name it after, why don't you keep the name Cape Coast City, right? Number one, or just name it after another African city. But you're sitting here calling it Wakanda City, and you expect that the rest of the world respects this? Like, are you crazy? Are you crazy? And people are here going like, "Oh yeah, well, stop being so mean. Like, support this." I'm like, "What? How would this help me?" Okay, how will? Okay, fine. Forget me, because maybe I don't need the help, right? Yeah, I don't need the help. How would this help my cousins? How would this help my grandmother? How will this help any of them? You're basically saying you're building a city for the diaspora because the city is clearly not for regular Ghanaians, right? The city is for the diaspora. How is this gonna help local Ghanaians though? I just, can someone answer that? Okay.
Diasporans come together to want to build a city in Africa.
That we are going to be starting with the Wakanda One City of Return, the Overseas University of Excellence. The higher education sector is about additional things as well. We will be working on policy. We will be working on publishing. We will be working on lectures. We will be working on a number of things, including student exchange programs and opportunities to bring students to the continent and vice versa. So anyway, we're here to support the upliftment of culture, the documentation of culture, the preservation of culture, and telling the stories of Africa and the African diaspora. Because as we come together, we really need to know each other.
And represent also the Ghana Expo promotion of grades. We are going to be part of this initiative all the way.
Wakanda once.
Ghanaians are just, oh my gosh, Ghanaians are just too nice. I don't know why they're not protesting that this city or these developments, that the money from this city be directed to something more important, to actual Ghanaian relations. Like, I don't understand why they're not doing that. They're, oh,
City of Return Expo begins in Cape Coast. A 160-member delegation from the African diaspora are in Ghana for the maiden Wakanda One City of Return Trade Expo scheduled from December 3 to 13, 2021. The expo, under the auspices of the African Diaspora Development Institute, ADI, seeks to explore investment opportunities in various sectors of the economy in line with the New Africa Agenda 2063, which seeks to transform the continent into a global powerhouse. Speaking at a joint press conference with the Ghana Chamber of Commerce and Industry, GNCCI, in Accra, the Chief Executive Officer of ADI, Dr. Erikana Chihambori Kwao, said the selection of Ghana was in response to the Beyond the Return campaign intended to foster economic relations and investments from the diaspora in Africa and Ghana. She indicated that the expo was expected to bring together experts, both locally and internationally, to highlight ready opportunities, and in the areas of engineering and real estate, health, education, agriculture, finance, and banking, trade and investment, as well as culture and tourism. Dr. Ericana said under the first phase of the project, the institute had acquired a 5,000 acres of land to develop a city of return at Asay Ibu in the central region for African diasporans, as well as to pursue agricultural projects in rice and poultry production over the next 5 years. Other projects in health, education, and tourism development, she said, would also be undertaken within the period, which is expected to create about 5,000 direct and indirect jobs. The tourist inflow of the 2019 year of return shows the interest of Africans in the diaspora to invest in Ghana. In view of this, the ADI Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry (GNCCI) believes that before the African Continental Free Trade Area fully finds its feet, there is the need to bridge the gap between the African diaspora and the African continent.
I have to pause this video because it's so boring. But basically, all I hear is blah, 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 blah. Creating a city for investment purposes, like external investment purposes. I'm like, who needs a city? Like, who needs that right now? Like, who actually needs that? Who's asking for this? Why is this Zimbabwe in being so involved in Ghanaian issues? Like, all right, I get it. Ghanaian year of return, it happened. It happened, whatever. We moved past it. That was like 2 years ago. I don't understand why you have to keep holding on to this sentiment of the diaspora needs to come back home. Okay, the diaspora doesn't. Okay, well, if we're talking about, because clearly she wants American diaspora, she's not asking Caribbean diaspora to come back, because we already know Caribbean diaspora for the most part don't want to come back. Like, they're cool being in their islands. So they don't really care about coming to Africa. Like, let's be honest here. Like, Icon Fire, for instance, I'm calling him out. I don't have an issue with him, but I know Icon Fire is never moving to the continent. Like, I know that. I already know this. He's Jamaican. He loves oxtail. He loves whatever. A lot of the Caribbeans I've met don't care about going back to Africa, right? They just don't. Okay? They don't. So I'm like, why do we, like, okay, so now I understand why we don't ask them to come back, because we don't ask them to come back as much because they don't care about coming back. So then clearly this means she's asking for the African Americans, the one who have money, the ones who have money, to come back and invest in Ghana. And I'm just like, Ghana's problems are literally Ghanaian problems that Ghanaians have to fix. Like, Ghana, okay, let me tell you something. Ghana is not, I don't know how to say this. Okay, Ghana is not doing well financially at the moment, but that has to do with Ghana's mismanagement of Ghana's funds, right? So it's like, I don't understand why you would ask people to come back when you don't even know how to manage your own finances. Like, who does this? Like, oh yeah, the diaspora is gonna come and save. Ghanaians have to save Ghana. Like, that's it. I don't care what anyone says.
In terms of investment, infrastructure, technology transfer, education, and the creation of an enabling environment in order to push the industrialization agenda, she believed Ghana was in a strategic position to take advantage of investors coming into the country to turn around the country's fortunes.
And until each and every one of us has a serious conversation with the image in the mirror, nothing, and I mean nothing that we do is going to change. Garvey, Garvey. You go to that boardroom table with a colonized mind, Garvey, Garvey. Because then you're seeing for Africa today, It's a colonized African. Because that is the African that is still going to be used as an instrument of our own self-destruction. They come from the World Bank looking like you and I, teaching out bad policies for the continent. Why? Because the mind is still in the Ghana. They come from so many other international organizations. Instead of speaking truth to power and sharing what they know to make sure that our continent is going in the right direction, they choose to serve the wrong master. And whatever you do to the African, we must let them know that we will stand up and we will unite and we will push back.
There are two types of lizard or
Sister Arikana and all those who have assembled here under the aegis of ADDI, permit me to congratulate you, because what you have done is indicative of the deep-seated.
Again, right? Again, don't mean, if you're East African or South African, don't take offense to this, but like, why are you guys in this diaspora business? Like, this has nothing to do with you. Okay? Mind your own business. You guys need to stop. Like, you guys, maybe I'm starting to think you guys want the money too. I don't know. But you guys don't even speak to the diaspora. You guys have never made moves with the diaspora. So why are you guys in this? Like, this has to do with Ghana. Okay. Apparently wanting the diaspora back, which is cool. I actually have no issue with Ghana wanting diaspora back, right? I hope I made it clear that's not the issue I have. The issue I have is, why is Ghana, or why are people who are collaborating with the Ghanaian government making this a big deal? Like, let's build a city for the diaspora. Who cares? Why are you not building a better city for actual Ghanaians? Like, okay, build a city for the diaspora, but forget the actual Ghanaians that live in that country. Interesting, right?
Desire to liberate Africa from the chains of sorrow and want. And the choice of Ghana is as emblematic as it is symbolic. And in many ways, you are leaders for a big sum that is coming to this part of the world. And
this guy is East African. Dr. Arikana is Southern African. What's going on here? What's even happening? Like, makes sense. She's from Zimbabwe, right? So that's one of the, I think Zimbabwe, Malawi, and Mozambique aren't doing as well as the other Southern African countries, so they just want attention. I forgot where's this guy from? I actually like this guy. I love this guy. I forgot what's his name again. Man, I forgot his name. But I know he's a professor. Something PLO. Yeah, PLO Lumumba. I actually like this guy a lot, right? But why is he speaking on this when you're from either Kenya or Uganda? Like, I don't know what this has to do with you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Ghana, if you permit me, plays a critical part in the history of Africa. And I believe that the choice of Ghana was deliberate for that reason. When Ghana, on the 6th day of March 1957, became the first country to begin our continuing battle of exercising the ghost of the curse of Berlin, the founding father of independent Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, said that until the rest of Africa is free, the independence of Ghana means nothing.
I agree with you, but why are you not worried about Pan-Africanism in Kenya? Like, why are you not worried about that? Why are you not worried about Pan-Africanism in Kenya? Like, leave. Oh, God.
Right. And I dare say that that gives meaning to the statement that we must be helped to fight our oppressors with all our mind and might. Yes. And we are assembled here to give meaning to those words. The history of the economic regeneration of Africa is not a new one. It has always sat in the inner recesses of the hearts and minds of our forebears. When Marcus Garvey, those many years, founded the Black Star and told Africans to go back to Africa, he was remembering the need to come back home. He discovered that when you go out there and you imagine that the grass is green on the other side, the truth is that it's green on the other side because it has been watered. And we too are now saying that the grass on this side can be greener, but we must water it. We have come here, and our ghetto is ADDI, and in ADDI we have water in it. And we want to water this grass on this side that it may become green.
I represent also the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, which I believe should have been a key partner in what is happening here. We have talked behind the scenes and we have decided that going forward, we are going to be a strong supporter of this initiative. I was here last night and I saw the people. I saw our sisters and brothers and I was like, wow, this is a huge thing. I had no clue what this whole thing was about. I started talking to other people. I got to understand what the program is about and I said, it's bigger than I thought. This is a huge thing. I mean, I should have been here from day one, supporting. So our apologies, we are going to be part of this initiative all the way.
Today, I welcome you all and say that we are very grateful to have you here, Professor, Excellency, and the entire team of Wakanda. And with all due respect, for giving us the opportunity, some land also to develop here, means that they are really welcome. For us as Chamber, our motto is your business links our business. So as long as you are coming with businesses, you are at home. We'll give you all the direction, all the support needed, what is expected of you for you to feel home. And on that note, I want to thank you all for making time to be with us. God bless us.
Hope you liked this video. Subscribe.
I highly doubt this city is gonna happen. I highly doubt that because people like to talk, yeah. So I highly doubt that people are gonna have the finances to build a multi-million-dollar city for the Dios. I highly doubt that's even gonna happen. They said this Wakanda City of Return project started in 2021, where in 2022, I haven't heard too much about it, but a city like this, I think, is going to take some years to build, if that. And just knowing the type of just knowing some of the type of people that are speaking on this, like, I feel like they're going to take the finances and do something else with it. I really don't think the city is going to be built. That's why I'm not that angry about it. But the Pan-African Museum, I have a feeling that that's going to be built, and I'm upset about that. Now, someone asked, why is Ghana against Pan-African? Ghana is not a Pan-African country. Okay? Ghana had a Pan-African president called Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, and it died with Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. But because Ghana did have a a realm, or I guess a run with Pan-Africanism, I've noticed a lot of, especially non-Ghanaians, are going back to Ghana to help, to speak to Ghanaians about why they should be Pan-African again. And I'm just like, who actually cares? Like, Ghana already welcoming people to the country was Pan-African enough. We don't need to build more Pan-African. Ghana has Pan-African libraries. I don't know too many other countries that have Pan-African libraries. Ghana has a lot of Pan-African things that is still doing for some. I don't know why it's doing it, but whatever. Sure, do those Pan-African projects. But I'm wondering why these Pan-African people never help Ghana with things that actually matter, like the cocoa industry. Okay? They never help with industries that actually, they want to be here speaking about, oh, our ancestors were so great all the time. Where are the initiatives that will actually help the nation of Ghana make more money? Like, why is nobody worried about that? You want to always be here speaking about how your ancestors were so awesome, which, okay, like, I don't care. Why are you not awesome, though? Why are you not awesome? Okay? So, to anyone who thinks I hate Pan-Africanism, I don't. But I don't like how Pan-Africanism tends to be so focused on speaking about how great, Marcus Garvey and whoever was like 50 years ago, when it's like, okay, Marcus Garvey's even more than 50 years. But anyways, you get the point, right? They always want to focus on how Marcus Garvey, all these fathers of Pan-Africanism were such great men. But I'm like, but you're not actually doing anything that they talked about. Like, you're just speaking on their successes from like 50 years ago, but you're not building on their successes. Anyways, yes, I agree. Ghana is not a Pan-African country. We had a Pan-African president, and that did not work. Ghanaians loved their Pan-African president so much that they kicked him out of Ghana. They loved their Pan-African president so much that he wasn't even allowed to come back to Ghana. He was exiled. Okay? So I'm like, okay, so this guy was so great that actual Ghanaian I spoke to Ghanaians who were alive during that time, and they were like, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah is crazy, okay? Like, he's crazy. I made a stream on Dr. Kwame Nkrumah before. You guys can check it out. He was a good president, but then later on into his presidency, he wanted to become more socialist and more communist, and Ghanaians were not really cool with that. So anyways, long story short, they kicked him out of Ghana, and he wasn't even allowed to die in his own country. Like, that's how amazing, that's how awesome this president was, that the Diaspora keeps talking about. This guy was so great. I'm like, did you live under his rule? Because, I mean, speaking to actual Ghanaians, he was okay for a couple of years. On the onset of independence, he was very important. But let me tell you something about Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. He wanted to be president for life, so he changed the constitution. Basically, he wanted to be like a Paul Kagame, right? He wanted to be president for life, not have any elections. If you spoke bad about Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, you would get shot. Okay, your life would be gone. You could go to jail. Like, people always want to talk about the good things about Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, but they never want to talk about the other side of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. And I find that to be very interesting. Again, love him. I still think he's the best president of Ghana, but he wasn't perfect. He definitely was not. Because if he was, why would Ghanaians who were alive at that time kick him out of the country? Yeah. Yeah, he apparently he copied socialism from the Chinese and Russian empires because he realized, okay, well, I don't want to be capitalist like the West because the West is who enslaved me. So let me turn on to communism. And a newly independent country being communist is just not a good idea. Like it's just not. Um I'm gonna see. So jug season, what's up? Ghanaian for Ghanaians only. Maroon, what's going on? I don't even have an issue so much with the diaspora. I just don't like how some of them are going to Ghana and saying Ghana should be this and that. And I also don't like how Ghana is still trying to pretend to be Pan-African when it really is not. Like Ghana needs to be nationalist. Ghana needs to be, I guess, more nationalist and worry about Ghana a little bit more. Because as I mentioned, Ghana is in a lot of financial trouble right now. And I find it to be very funny how when Ghana became newly independent, uh, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, I shouldn't say Ghana, but Dr. Kwame Nkrumah gave money to Egypt, gave billions to Egypt, gave billions to Guinea Conakry, probably gave billions to other countries that I'm not even aware of, but he basically gave a lot of newly independent nations money that we really did not have. And of course, whatever, we did that is cool. But I just find it interesting how now in 2022, when Ghana really needs the help, all these countries that benefited from Ghana don't care. Like they just it's like, oh, we have to go to the West for help. We can't go to our fellow Africans who we helped. Like a couple, it doesn't matter. So this is very interesting to me. This is very interesting. But what's up to all you guys? Emotional relief. Oh my gosh. Do I really sound like I'm venting? Okay, whatever. I guess I am. I'm just really upset because I just hate I don't like okay, let me just say I don't like how Ghana is termed as a Pan-African nation and it's the hope of well, some people call it the hope of the diaspora and I'm like, why is the country that you're leaving from not your hope? Like, why would Ghana be your hope? Shouldn't Ghana be Ghanaian people's hope? Like, is that is that selfish for me to say? Like, shouldn't the people who live in Ghana benefit from Ghana more than other people who want to go there for whatever? I don't even know why they want to go. Apparently, they want to know their ancestors. They want to know what their ancestors did. They want to go back to slavery and like all this. I just, I just don't know. Okay. Now, Mr. Uganda made a really good point right here. You're saying, why can't they just do something with this? Thank you. Why can't they renovate the slave dungeons? Why can't they do something about the policies? A lot of diaspora who went there complained that they don't like the fact that they have to pay a certain price. So I don't know. I don't know the logistics behind the slave dungeons, but maybe they can get a discount. I don't know. Like, let's really focus on that. If it's already a money grabber, it is. These slave dungeons are a huge money. I'm not even gonna sit here and lie. And has emotional value to it does have emotional. Listen, one of the diaspora asked me, "Oh, are you ever gonna visit the slave castle or slave dungeon?" And I was like, "I don't know. Haven't really thought about it. Like I lived there, never really thought about the reason why I need to visit there." And before people be like, "Oh, it's because you feel guilty." No, I didn't sell anybody. I don't feel guilty. But I don't think I would have an emotional connection to the slave dungeons. I'm just being honest here. Like, I don't think I would. So it's not something that I dream about. It's not something that I think about. Like, it's whatever. Like, I get why it's there, but it's not really something that I'm that concerned about, to be quite honest. I'm not. And I don't even think, well, I spoke to some of my cousins, right? And I asked them, like, have you guys gone to the slave dungeons? They were like, why would we go there? And I was like, oh, because, it's a possibility that your ancestors, they're like, who? Okay. I mean, government already apologized. What do you want me to do? Go to the slave dungeon and cry? Like, why would I do that? So it's like, that obviously doesn't benefit the average Ghanaian. It benefits the diaspora, which is completely fine. Like, I don't have an issue with that, but it's like, I mean, if that's already a money grabber, and if that's making a lot of money for the Ghanaian whatever economy, then you should probably put more attention into that, as opposed to Pan-African museums, Pan-African blah blah blah, Pan-African library, Pan-African City of Returns. This is just so comical, right? It's just, I'm wondering, it's like they act as if everybody came from Ghana. Like, why is Nigeria never doing any Pan-African Nigeria's never doing Pan-African initiatives. Central Africa, the last time I checked, they don't care about Pan-Africanism either. So I'm like, why is Ghana and the diaspora and some Ghanaians always on this? Oh, Ghana got it. Okay, let me see if I can find the comment here. Okay. Yeah, I found the comment. Hold on. Guys, look at this, right? This person is just, this is just, All right. So this comment right here just made me laugh so much. You guys are overly ambitious. Great vision for Ghana. The Wakanda City of Return, okay, which sounds stupid if you ask me. That shows how ambitious Ghanaians are in regards to what exactly, like this is weird. Okay, this is weird. Okay, you know what? Let me say it like this. Well, this was his reason for marrying an Arab. Okay, whatever. He said that he married an Egyptian because he was trying to connect to Ghana and Egypt, and clearly that failed. Okay, clearly that failed. So I don't even know. You saying Ghana was better off with Nkrumah? No, I don't think they were. I mean, for the first 5 years, yes. And then, yes, he left, and there was political unrest. That wasn't good. That was so long ago. That was like in the 80s. Then we had another president, JJ Rawlings, that ruled Ghana for almost 18 years. It took a lot for Ghana to get to that level, but it's like, anyway, no one wanted Nkrumah to be the president for life. So that's why he was essentially exiled with the aid of, I think, the CIA. She's saying, as a Caribbean, the Africa belonged to me as much as a continental African. Interesting. I want to know why certain people never donate to these Pan-African initiatives. Why it always has to be on Ghana? Like, even the rest of the continent doesn't feel the need to create these Pan-African projects, but it's like always Ghana that needs to do this. It's really annoying.
Ghana to build a multi-billion Wakanda City of Return, an ultra-modern smart city in Cape Coast. Although insufficient electricity supply held down Ghana's growth by 0.5 percentage points in the 2000s.
And Ghana building an Ghana apparently building a they said multi-billion, but let's be honest here, like it's probably going to be multi-million city of return. And then Ghana also
there's so much wisdom
William Coleman Blackmore says he grew tired of racism in America where he was born. So last year he and his mother joined the thousands of black Africans who've moved here to Ghana in the last decade or so. He wants to learn about African history and culture at sites like this, the mausoleum of Ghana's independence leader, Kwame Nkrumah. And he's hoping to learn more here. He's come with his mother to the launch of a new museum,
they are heirs to a long tradition,
which its creators say will look like this. It's called the Pan-African Heritage Museum. This is a digital version which has been published online. The physical museum's due to open in Ghana next year. It'll exhibit art and historical artifacts from all over Africa.
It's like everything that I didn't know was out is now in front of me, and I'm seeing it, and I know that like we have access to it now. Because a lot of that stuff was lost. Well, I won't say lost, but we didn't know about it.
Ghana has a rich history, some of it violent. For hundreds of years, enslaved Africans were imprisoned by Europeans here at the Cape Coast Castle before being shipped to the Caribbean and the Americas. It's a history that attracts many visitors, including African Americans retracing their ancestral roots. This river was the site of a slave market. It's where captives are said to have bathed for the last time before being shipped across the Atlantic Ocean. It can be painful to think of the suffering and injustice that happened here. And for centuries, historical records of what happened have been dominated by the West. It's something the museum's founders hope to change. They say it'll help people of African origin and everyone else to unlearn and relearn historical narratives and discover forgotten African heritage.
It is supposed to give us a sense of pride to understand that Africa didn't start with the slave trade. There were kingdoms of the Western Sudan, Mansa Musa, and so on and so forth. I did not learn that in school. I read it after university.
William says his ancestors were enslaved in West Africa. He plans to take a DNA test to learn more, and he hopes the new museum and his new life in Ghana will help him to rediscover and celebrate his family's roots. Malcolm Webb, Al Jazeera.
Okay, so why can't Ghanaians learn about this in school? Why can't they change the curriculum? You have to build a museum. That's gonna cost money, by the way. Like, people think all these projects that Ghana is doing is just gonna, it's just gonna like come out of nowhere. These finances are coming from Ghana. Ghanaians mostly. Okay. Not just Ghanaians, but Ghanaians mostly. Now, I did mention that with Kwame Nkrumah being exiled, I believe it was a mix of Ghanaians who don't like him and the CIA. I don't think it was either or, just independently, but definitely Ghanaians didn't like him. Maybe they weren't, whatever. They just, enough Ghanaians didn't like him, which made way for the CIA to get involved. Because how would the CIA just come out of nowhere and exile Dr. Kwame Nkrumah? Like, they had to work with, Ghanaians on this. So I just find it to be very, very interesting. But anyways, wanted to ask again, why is Ghana doing all of this? But why are no other? Because people act as if everyone just came from Ghana. Like, why is Sierra Leone not doing this? Okay, well, actually, I'll give Sierra Leone a pass because they gave the citizenship. Liberia, I don't know what they're doing. Um, Togo, Benin, I don't know what Angola, Congo. I don't know what any of these other countries are doing, but Ghana seems to be the one that has to do everything with, guess what? No help from other countries, which makes me upset the most. It's not even the diaspora, it's other African countries that don't care about this, but Ghana has to be the one to care about this. Let me give you guys another example. Again, during the independence movement, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah gave a lot of Ghanaian countries money, billions of dollars to help them, you know, instead of going to, well, the IMF wasn't present then. So other African countries were actually helping other African countries. These other African countries in Ghana's time of crisis are just pretending like they don't even they don't even remember what Ghana did for them, right? Um yeah, Sierra Leone, I don't know what they're doing. Well, actually, never mind. It's Liberia. Liberia, I don't know what they're doing. Guinea Bissau is giving citizenship, so I'll kind of let it slide. Guinea Conakry, don't know what they're doing. Okay. The only countries that I'm aware of that Ghana's cool with is Conakry, Ivory Coast, and Nigeria. No, we had issues with Nigeria back in the 60s because they were part of the Monrovia group and we were part of the Casablanca group and we weren't getting a. In fact, a lot of people don't talk about this, but Ghana and Nigeria were differing in so many views that Ghana and Nigeria were almost going to like go to war with each other, but like we'd move past it. Like Nigerians, we love you, like you're cool, and we have no choice but to love you. ECOWAS is a waste of time, really it is. I feel like ECOWAS should really be the Anglophone countries. And then when the Francophone countries get it together, then we could work with them. Because I don't trust Senegal, like the not Senegalese people, but I don't trust the nation of Senegal. I don't trust, even though we're doing business with Ivory Coast, I also don't trust their initiatives really that much, like the nation's initiatives, because it seems like they don't care about the French takeover that much. So it's like, how are we supposed to do a currency? How are we supposed to move together when you guys have your colonial issues that you need to work with? Like Ghana has colonial issues too, but we're we Nigeria and Ghana and I believe other countries really wanted to create a currency for the West African nations. And guess why we've been having issues? It's because these francophone African countries have to consult with France. And I'm like, this is a problem. This is a huge, like, this is bad. And people are going to be like, oh, well, Nigeria should help out with this, blah, 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 should help. Who has time to deal with this when you're also dealing with your own nations matters? Like, who actually has time? Your West Africans love you, but fix your Francophone issue because it's tiring. And let me see if they still do those 14 country well, do those countries in Africa still pay France colonial tax? Because if they do, that's a serious problem. Well, okay. So let's see here. Apparently they still do that and I don't really understand the intricacies behind that, but that's like who's supposed to fix that? Don't tell me Ghana, Nigeria, and Ivory Coast are supposed to, well, forget Ivory Coast. Don't tell me that Ghana, Nigeria, blah 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 are supposed to fix this when this literally we're just in proximity of this issue. This is not really our problem like that. Like, are we supposed to use ECOMOG, which is the ECOWAS basically? Does ECOWAS is ECOMOG still active? I don't know. But if ECOMOG, what I think it's dismantled, isn't it? Are you telling me that we're supposed to send Nigerian, primarily Nigerian soldiers to these countries to help them with their issues with France? Wow. I mean, priorities. I don't think I think Nigeria I personally think Nigeria is fed up with helping a lot of West Africa. I think they're really fed up and yeah, they're just done. Like they don't want to do this anymore. Um yeah, they don't want to do this. Ghana will do it because I know Ghana doesn't care. Clearly Ghana is a friend to everybody, which I still don't know why it is. But yeah. Black Americans should concentrate on Sierra Leone and Liberia. The romanticism is something Black American. That's interesting. That's very interesting that you're saying that as a Black American. Racism in America isn't really I can't speak on that because I'm not technically in America. Black Americans overstate and focus on racism too much. No African countries are really I agree. I don't think any African countries are Pan-African in 2022. I don't think they are. None of them, I think, are really Pan-African. There are Pan-African people. I would say maybe Barbados is Pan-African. Maybe, or is it just the prime minister who's I don't know. But to call a whole country Pan-African in 2022, I think it's a bit of a reach. There are Pan-African people, there are Pan-African professors, there are Pan-African enthusiasts, but to call any of these African countries Pan-African, I think is reaching. I think it's actually reaching. No African countries are really Pan-African policy-wise. If they would have already reached out with tangibles. Are you referring to the diaspora? Are you referring to that? Because some countries are doing that. Would you say that Sierra Leone is Pan-African then? According to, I don't know. Okay. Okay, so just because he was exiled don't mean the people knew what they were doing. Only now we look back, we can see the people were helping the enemies destroy their best. Well, I will agree with you. I do think that Kwame Nkrumah was the best president ever. Yeah, Kwame Nkrumah was the best president ever because he created a lot of projects that are in Ghana right now that are still running. So I really do think he was the best president. I don't know what happened. I'll be honest, I don't know. I've noticed that people get very emotional when they get to the slave sites. It's like they get overwhelmed by okay. So you're saying Ghana is profiting off of Black American trauma? It's so messed up. I've heard that for a couple of from a well, I've heard that from a couple of Black Americans. I'm not too sure. I, Ghana is benefiting from the trauma of Black Americans, but I don't think it's just as simple as that. I really do think Ghanaians have good intentions, believe it or not. I really do. I just feel like some Black Americans, or yeah, I'll just say Black Americans, because of their uh diasporans, I haven't really heard them say that much. Like Caribbeans, I haven't heard them complain. But yeah, some Black Americans, I don't know what they really expect from the continent or from Ghana. Ghana already provides right of abode. That's pretty amazing. There are lots of financial, I think if you want to build businesses in Ghana, you do have to partner up with the Ghanaian. So that is kind of, it's kind of iffy, but Ghana's free. You could do a lot in Ghana. So I'm really not sure when people say that Ghana's profiting of Black Americans. Is it because they invited Black Americans to come back? And when, I guess, when some, well, most Black Americans who go to Ghana, yeah, you're gonna pay more for certain services because of your accent. That doesn't only happen in Ghana though. That doesn't, have you watched some of these Tanzanian expat videos? They say the exact, anyways, for yeah, for Black, I know you don't care about Africa. It's okay. It's okay though. Africa cares about you. Anyways, Black Americans should visit Africa without expectations. What do you mean by that? I mean, it's really twofold, because you have some in there right now that say that they love Ghana, they'll never leave. And then you had a couple who were like, I hate this country. They're using me, blah, blah, blah. So I guess both can be true at the same time. Wakanda City of Return, I'm sorry. I don't think it's gonna happen. I'm sorry to hurt people's feelings, but a multi-billion-dollar city in Ghana, yeah. When Ghana literally just went, okay. Hold on. I know some people have been making fun of Ghana for this, and whatever. It's cool. Like, you can make fun of Ghana, like, it's fine. This is one of the rare times I'll say you can make fun of Ghana for this. And not of Ghana, but I guess the Ghanaian government, who literally does not know how to manage finances. And this is not a joke. Like, they literally do not know how to manage finances, right? Ghana, again, financial crisis. Ghana literally, I don't know if they already got or received money from the IMF, but they made it very clear that they need the IMF to bail them out. And I find this to be very, very interesting, because not only is it embarrassing because you're a country that talks about, oh, F the colonizers, we're moving forward, but then when you need help, they're the ones that you run to. So remember that video of Nana Akufo-Addo saying, oh, we don't want to do business with Switzerland anymore in regards to chocolate. Yeah, whatever. Okay. It's cool. Let me explain to you why this is extremely annoying. And like, Ghanaians have been going hard at this president a lot, because he's the same president, right, that made this policy called Ghana Beyond Aid, like probably 2 years ago. So he made a whole policy saying, oh, Ghana's moving beyond aid. We're not going to go back to them to ask for money. And like 2 years later, you went back to them. Okay. So a vision announced by Ghana's president Nana Akufo-Addo in 2017 to pursue a foreign aid free country. For its boldness, Ghana should be lauded for even daring such an attempt at a policy. So, yeah, well, the president basically said, well, he came out and he was really boastful about this, how the only way Ghana can move forward is if we go beyond aid, but you literally just ask the West for aid. That's why I'm really confused at how these projects that Ghana's announcing that they're doing, how are they going to happen if you literally can't manage your country's finances? And who are we going to blame on this? Are we going to blame the colonizers for this, or are we going to take accountability for not being able to manage our finances? Like, who's to blame for this? Yes, you could blame the Brits, you could blame all these other people for taking advantage and not paying us properly. But I mean, I don't understand why the Ghanaian government doesn't just stand up and do more to actually confront these people. He's working with these people, being buddy buddy with these people, so it just makes me feel like, whose side are you really on? I don't understand. Anyways, Ghana is a leader. Why are you hating on the leader? Well, I would be happy if Ghana was doing better financially and maybe asked for all of this, but Ghana's literally tanking financially, and they're thinking about building these projects for what? Um, People are saying for investment purposes. Okay, so ultimately, you're telling me that the success of Ghana will always depend on non-Ghanaians. Is that what? Is that what you're saying? That that's how Ghana will move forward? Is just by seeking investments, never about looking internally. Anyways, so Ghana cares about tourism and investment, not Pan-Africanism. That could be a good point. That's yeah, that most likely is it, because Ghana's very very stop. Don't. You're so mean. No, Mr. Uganda, there's some people that are like 50, 60 who actually experience that. Anyway, it's hilarious though. We say it all the time, so it's fine. Um okay. Yeah, Wakanda will be more expensive than New York. So who's that gonna benefit? Like local Ghanaians or other people? Okay. Don't you think if Ghana actually builds this Wakanda City of Return, which I don't think is gonna happen. Let's say hypothetically it does happen. Who's gonna be there? I bet you any money it's not gonna be people of African descent. I bet you any money it's not gonna be them. I bet you any. All right, let me see. Hold on, sorry about that. Okay. All right. So I'm wondering why countries that I guess are more capable, like, I don't know, let's say South Africa, I'm not really interested in this, but it has to be Ghana. Like, I'm just wondering why they don't really care about this, but Ghana has to be the one to care about this. I'm just wondering why. See, I feel like I would agree with this Pan African initiative more if we had help from other African countries, but it's evident that we don't. So it's like, it just makes me sad that other African countries just watch. There are people from other African countries saying, "Go Ghana, you guys are so great," and I'm just like, do you want to help us, or are you just gonna say that we're great from the background? Hmm, just very very interesting to me. Um, who should Ghana care about right now? Again, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Guinea, and maybe some Caribbean countries. The rest of the continent, they don't really care about Ghana, so I don't really see the reason why I have to care about them. I just don't see the reason why. Oh, I've never really, to be honest, I'm so off put by Ado's. I'm so off put by him. But if he does, that makes sense because, he got schooled in Britain. He has a British accent, which is nothing wrong with having a British accent, like I actually like that accent, but comes from royalty. Like, does he really relate to the local Ghanaian? I highly doubt it. Who is the Black Panther for Wakanda? How is Ghana showing how it's supposed to be done? Like, what has Ghana even done? Like, let's be honest. What has Ghana done in recent years? Okay, I know Ghana has done a lot, like 40, 50 years ago, but in modern day, what has Ghana done? Like, I don't really recall. Well, Nigeria has a lot of money, maybe they could send it over here. You know, I can't stop laughing when everyone suggests the Nigerian should help with anything. So are you expecting the country which is unable to deal with Boko Haram kidnappings to... Well, you know, let me say this. Nigerians are very economically savvy, so I feel like a Ghana Nigeria link up could be very beneficial, like, in certain aspects. Yeah. Oh my gosh! Stop! Stop this! What is Ghana leading? I don't. Well, apparently it's leading. What is Ghana leading? Anyways, the Bayesian PM was apparently Pan African. Yeah, I really like her, Mia Motley. Like, I love that woman. She's so cool. But yeah, I don't think the country is Pan African either. Yikes. Sierra Leone isn't Pan African. You're only eligible if your ethnic group is native to Sierra Leone. That's tribalistic policy. And yes, I'm talking about them reaching out to the diaspora. So are you suggesting that Sierra Leone should open their borders to like all of the all of the diaspora? I think Sierra Leone's citizenship process is a bit more it's a bit more strict, and that makes sense why. Because I mean, just because somebody has ethnicity to your country, does that really mean that they belong there? Because let's like Gambia. Like Gambia is a horrible example. I mean, in terms of the diaspora, right? See, I don't really care about what they do in Ghana because they've done really well as a group collectively. They're actually really good people in Ghana, so I'm not really that upset by it. But in some of these other countries, should they go to should they go to these other countries? Can you imagine a huge diaspora group in Tanzania? I can't. I don't see. Ugh. No, 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 no. Pan-African shouldn't governance be building infrastructure? Shouldn't governance be about making? Okay, so I guess you guys are talking to each other. A lot of countries run to the IMF, but the whole point is he said he's not running to the IMF. Like he literally made so many TV presentations about why running to the IMF is a bad idea, but anyway, uh, so I guess people should stop saying that they're not going to run to the IMF if they have a history of running to the IMF. No slaves come from South Africa, so they can't be leading the descendants of slaves back. Okay, gotcha. Wakanda City. Well, maybe this has something to do with financial. This whole thing is really confusing me. Like, I don't get it. So, but if anyone has anything to add, I'll go ahead and drop the link. And I would I would like mostly diasporas and I guess West Africans to click. Why are these other West African countries not doing anything in terms of I've always wondered that. Like, why are some of these other countries not worried about Pan-African? But this has to be Ghana's sole problem. I find that to be very, very interesting. Exactly. Thank you. He made whole announcements saying that he's not going to the IMF, and now he's going to the IMF. Like, you're such a liar. Such a liar. And guess what? After he goes to the IMF, guess what? I have a feeling that honestly there's so much Ghanaian tea, but I'm not gonna get into it because I don't want to make it seem like Ghanaians or Ghana is a bad country. So I'm gonna be quiet, but like if you spoke to me personally, I would tell you some of the things I've been hearing. It's kind of sad that it's just really sad. It's sad. But anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and add Pan-African and for Black Righteous. What's going on?
How's it going? I feel like you're not looking at it the right way now. So at least how I see it though, Ghana is trying to get investment into its country. So what it does is that you're doing all of this stuff and it's going to cost money, but I think it's going to pay for itself. After it does all of this and have all these people coming to its country, it's going to make about that money. I don't see why you see it as a bad thing. To me, they're doing the right thing.
Anywho, do you remember the President Mahama, African millennial?
Yeah.
Well, do you remember that he was supposed to develop a Hope City back in 2013?
Yeah. Was it the low income like city or whatever?
It was supposed to be a technological
okay.
city. And he even had Chris Brown host some type of concert there. I didn't find out about it until a year ago because I was researching about this Wakanda City to realize that this Dr. Ericana is mimicking what he supposedly did. Like, he was supposed to have been working on the city that never was developed at all. It was a big fraud, but he did get that $10 billion from some lender, and he ran off into the sunset. Like, nobody is talking about that. Nobody is questioning him about that money. There's no city, there's no nothing, and she's doing the same exact thing. Because all you have to say is that, oh, it's going to take decades for this to be built, and we need your money, right? That's just kind of like what Omar Johnson's doing about this school that's never open 11 years later and counting. This is what they're doing, is nothing more than a fraud. You know what I mean? She is doing the same thing that he did. And it's unfortunate because a lot of people are going to watch this stupid movie. They're going to get emotional again about a fantasy that's not reality. And they're going to go spend money that they don't have to spend towards a city that will never materialize. And then years later, they're going to get, you know, the bad awakening awareness that that city never came, but all that money that you sent towards this lying woman is gone for good. And it's just sad that, you know, many people are emotional. They don't think about where we are right now. They don't understand how people are desperately looking to prey upon us. And that's just the reality of it all. And that's why I don't respect Ghana, because maybe the people, like you're saying, are sweet and nice and all that. Can't say everybody's jacked up there, but the government most certainly is jacked up, you know, and they know exactly what they're doing. That's why this Dr. Eric kind of labeled it the Wakanda City, because she's trying to make a connection emotionally, because a lot of people were making a big ordeal about that first movie. I actually fell asleep. I wasn't impressed with the movie because I knew what it was, propaganda. And I was like, oh my God, this is going to start a whole lot of people dreaming. And that's exactly what they did. So I'm not surprised that it's corny for her to even come out with that name. It's disrespectful, actually, because even if a city could be built, but it's not. If it could be built, nobody that's normally there in Ghana could afford to be a part of that city. How disrespectful is that? But it won't be built. But my point is that there's just the nerve of her to assume that that's something that she should focus on versus the roads, versus the drainage system. There's many things that should be fixed to help the common people out when flooding comes and all these types of things. I would think that should be the priority versus a city. Like, get your place in order as far as how the people are living out here. Maybe a better way of getting rid of garbage, perhaps, because people burn garbage and all that kind of stuff. That's the kind of thing, you know, the government's not tripping off of, and that's why you know that they don't care about their people. They care about the bottom line, which is money and satisfying investors and shareholders and stuff like that. That's why I know that they're not for y'all, and they most certainly wouldn't be for us, period.
You made me. Okay, there's so many abandoned projects in Ghana, and it's embarrassing. Like,
Hi, I'm Lauren.
Does that even happen in America?
Co-founders of Revive Super.
I have never heard of a large scale projects like that ever being abandoned like that, unless maybe someone died or there was a fire, like something legitimate. I don't remember. Just, there's a list. I did do videos about these abandoned projects, and again, people could just say whatever, get shareholders and investors to commit, and that money is legit for them to get, but they don't have to follow through. I could see if you could not follow through and have to be held accountable for it and go to jail, or some type of consequence was attached to that, but there's none. And so since there's no consequence and guarantee of someone being held liable or going to jail, something, that's why it's open season to fraud people, because there's no accountability. So why would a Black American, knowing full well that they cannot hunt nobody down for their money, because you're all the way in America, and the system here or in Ghana is way different from the system here in America, to sue, well, your money is just gone. Say bye-bye. That's it. So I don't think it's worth the effort, because there's nobody being held accountable, and therefore you shouldn't do it. That's my opinion.
Let me show you guys this. Hold on.
Who wastes his own money to do this? Well, former President Mahama wastes his money to do this, but President Nana Akufo-Addo wastes his money to do this. Look, just look, thousands of rooms. This is serious. This is sad. Government should wake up. This is sad. Very, 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 very. I just came and bought 50 acres of land just close to this place to put up my own housing project. But if I look at this, I get sad. I have just acquired 50 acres close to this place. And can we be sure that we're doing the right thing as government? Can we be sure? Are we serious? Anyway, I'm calling the president to make good use of this place for the people of Ghana. Or else, very soon, I will invite Ghanaians to come and start living here for free. I think it would be better if they start living here for free. Okay. Look, just listen to the noise. The windows are hitting each other. Boom. Look at it. Open the gate. Beer. Yeah, look at how all the glasses will break. All the glasses will break. All the windows will break. Can you imagine? Look at the noise. Yeah, but is it not better than wasting it?
Yes. Look at the inside.
See? Huh? The workers, I'm sure those who are working here, those who are working, initial workers. What's there? The entrance. Very, very, very bad.
Me and tell boys to Charlie for our mattress. Go. It is our money.
You gonna come back and watch?
Wow, real quick, the Abby guy in the comment section wanted to say something about me. I did clown you. I cussed you out, actually. Didn't try, I did. And you little boy, just shut up already, because I could have clowned you in the comment section. I spared your ugly ass, okay?
Right. So that video, just wanted to briefly explain it. That was the government trying to make affordable housing for lots of Ghanaians. And see how much he loves Ghanaians? He abandoned the project and no one cares. The buildings are just there empty. But yeah, Kidodla, you can go ahead.
You see, Africa as a when I mean Africa is huge. Africa is a very big place, you know. When I mean Africa, you talk Egypt, Morocco, and other things are involved in Africa. But the truth of the matter is, Africa, before the diaspora, Africa was taking care of themselves. And Africa should not depend on the diaspora have not to contribute to West Africa anything or project. Africa have to develop their own project. What do you mean diaspora? Diaspora is huge. Only that we're not talking about the South American blacks and the other ones, you know. But the truth of the matter is, the lady who's even here with you don't even like Africans. She always finds things to mock us, to laugh at us, or diss us. I don't know why she's even here. You don't like Africans, but you're here around African spaces. You understand? You know. So, what Ghana sound Pan-African because of what Kuruma saw in the United States. You have to understand the people you are inviting deeply does not like us. You have to understand the people you are inviting, they are deeply highly jealous people. Deeply highly jealous people. People you are inviting does not even have a state where they control in the United States. They have no economical value to your country, rather for pilgrimage or all these kind of things. What you need really is a real investors. You know, like the Chinese, like the Europeans who have the money, the large money. You understand? To invest in your country. There's no country who will not like an investor to come there and invest in his country. This is not about I love you, you love me, we are brothers or not. The people you call brothers have no emotional bond towards you. They don't have any feelings towards you. You understand? They don't have anything towards you. You get what I'm saying? I'm still saying it. Being a Pan-African will never help West Africa at this moment because everything is an investor. United States countries are going there to invest. Do you see United States opening that door for poor people to really come in there? No. If you're poor, you can't even go to United States. You need to show some money. You need to show things that you can contribute to the system. You get what I'm telling you. So what what West Africa need is an investor. You understand? We're not living in the past. We're living in today. What happened in the past is in the past. You cannot be enemy of people. But when you start bringing people who want to sell you about victimhood, about hate this, hate that, you know, you can't make money like that. You cannot. Rather, you become even more poorer. So West Africa need to look for real investors. Anybody that want to come and visit as a sightseeing, they can come around. They are welcome, just like any other person. But don't come there and start bringing your victimhood, your nonsense. Because most diaspora is coming to Ghana. Majority let me tell you the big money bag among these black people in America, they are not coming to Africa. Have you ever seen Michael Jordan coming to Africa? Have you ever seen Michael Jackson will never come to Africa? Have you ever seen Jay-Z said I'm coming to Africa? No, they just come and see the assassin. But you have to understand what West Africa have to understand. You cannot deal with people. Most of them have mental issue anyway. You know, you can see what's going on in these hot people. Africa is not there yet to build a clinic to house any diaspora that have mental issue. They're in the country whereby the money is big, there's job there, they should stay there. And first of all, figure out their life there because they have all the opportunity there. Why should they be coming to Africa? Why most of them don't even claim Africa anyway? You understand me? They are Indians, they are Blackfoot, they are all kind of people. You understand? So why should we bring people who just want to spy but have nothing to contribute? Who diss you on your back every time and every time? You know, before we continental Africans, we native Africans are always quiet. Allow them to run their mouth as they want. Now we're not going to get quiet anymore. If they hit you, if they diss you, diss them back. You understand? This is bad because they're always dissing us, they're always attacking us because we're just quiet. You know, we're far better than them. Far more
interesting lie. But when are you gonna get the other Nigerians to help you guys out there in Nigeria since you're so boastful about what you think other people should be doing for Africa, and none of you are doing anything for Africa. You guys got a serious problem assuming that people should listen to your dumb ass. We ain't got to hear you. We ain't gonna listen to you. We ain't gonna be there for you. How about that? How about that? We ain't gonna be there for you. Get it together in your mind. Worry about Nigeria and Boko Haram, okay? Talk to your people about avoiding Boko Haram and all the other things going on. Shut the fuck up already, dude. Okay, if I hated Africans, I wouldn't be on this channel. I hate dusty bitches like you and others that think that you have a right to tell somebody what the fuck to do. That's what I have a fucking problem with. Get your facts straight, bitch. How about that? Okay? Don't be trying to slip in with your words thinking you slick. You ain't slick, bitch. Hold up, ho. Pump your brakes. Pump your
you sound like you smoke a cigarette.
That's what you go do. Pump your brakes. Pump your brakes, fool. That's what you go do. Worry about the things that's bothering Nigeria, dude, because we're not coming to your rescue. We don't care about you, okay? We don't care.
No one asked you to rescue them. You don't even have a country. Shut the fuck up, Justin.
Keep screaming and yelling, yada 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 yada. It's easy, dude. It's too easy, dude. Just pump your brakes. Thank you.
If I could get in on this,
thank you.
Yo, shut the fuck. AM, shut this hoe up, man.
No, you shut the fuck up, bitch. You shut the fuck up.
Bitch, shut the fuck up. You sound like you smoke a pack of cigarettes a day.
You go suck a dick and die slow. How about that?
Shut up, you cotton picking hoe.
Your brakes, ho. That's what you go do. You ain't regulating nothing over here.
Yeah,
you don't regulate nothing over here. You don't regulate nothing over here. You come disrespectful, you get disrespected. You understand me? Abby was talking
Shut up,
foolish in the
you
chat
Hennessy
room.
blood
I
type
checked
Pakata.
his ass. If he wouldn't have said nothing to me, I
You
wouldn't
didn't
have
check
said
shit.
nothing. So talk to
The only thing
him
you're
and
checking is
talk to others
diabetes.
that are disrespectful first. You can't do that. You can't check me,
Shut
period.
the fuck up.
You can't check
Shut the
me,
fuck up.
period. If you don't do that, you can't check me, period. That's a fact.
Check me what? You
So
dusty hoe.
pump your brakes, fool.
The average KKK is checking you every day. Shut the fuck up.
Your
You
brakes,
bullet black bison.
clown. No one cares about your words, only you.
Wait, we're gonna
So why
move
do you
on.
hear on this channel?
No one cares about your words, only you.
You want $1, not even $5.
So why you here?
Worry about Nigeria, okay? It's on fire, okay?
Why do you sound like you finished 2 packs of
Worry
cigarettes a
about
day?
Nigeria, it's on fire, okay?
Kidona, have you ever
That's what you
met
need
a
to
woman
go
that
do.
sounds like this bitch?
That's what you need to go do.
No,
Okay,
you want
don't
nothing.
get
You're just a piece of
nothing
air.
over
You
here.
want nothing.
I
You're a
drag
piece of
all
shit in
you
your
guys
street.
one
You're a
by
piece of shit
one
in your
Listen here, you
and
crack.
have fun
African
doing it.
millennia, can you
Oh yeah,
You
you're
crack like
so
baby.
you're
Shut the
so
fuck up.
superb in your own mind.
African millennia, get in control, please, sis. Thank you.
Hey,
Nah.
what's up, Miss
Why is this whole
Pussy?
here?
You know, I would
Why
never
is this dusty
said
bison
nothing
here?
if
Yeah,
the
could we just
in the
stop
chat room
calling
would
each
never
other
said
names?
nothing to me. He should have left me alone. I
Oh.
didn't respond to him at all. He wanted to say what he said. So that's the reason why I responded, because he wanted to be slick in the
No
chat
one gives a
room.
fuck, man. Just
And they
yo,
should just
Kidola,
shut
keep
up
talking, man.
already, because
Ignore
you're
this
not going
hoe.
to be
Like no
slipping in
one's here
some
to listen to you. Shut
disrespect
the fuck up.
and expect
Shut the
somebody
fuck
to
up.
just be on mute.
Shut the
No,
fuck
I'm
up.
not going to shut
Wait,
the fuck up. What you
Shut the
going
fuck
to
up.
do?
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Abby,
Shut the fuck
Abby,
up.
could you
Nada.
please,
Diabetes is
Abby,
already
calm
going to
down.
end your life expectancy by
Abby,
50. So I don't need to do shit to you. You bison. What's your blood type?
Your
Hennessy,
mama,
right?
calm down.
your mama,
People,
Akata hole.
your
Go back
dusty
to
ass
picking cotton.
mama,
Slave bitch.
that bitch is.
Okay,
How about that?
1 second. All right. So there are other people on the panel. City of Truth. Did you want to go ahead?
Yeah. Yes. Why were you saying African millennial? What are Ghana's economic issues? Like, why are they struggling right now? Do they have to go ask the IMF for money? Like what's going on?
I don't know. I'm not in Ghana, but I'm assuming that Ghana's not managing their finances properly. That's what I'm assuming.
Okay.
Oh, and they're blaming it on guess what? They're blaming it on the Russia and Ukraine. They're blaming it on the pandemic. They're blaming it on so many things. I'm like, you guys saw this coming years ago, so I don't know who you want to blame. But yeah, they're the reason why I'm really upset about it is because the president said he's not going to the IMF again, and go figure if he does go again. So.
All right, now let me ask you: Is Nigeria doing any better, or is it just about the same?
I don't know.
What's that?
I don't know. I obviously Nigeria is doing better. You know, a lot of these people, a lot of the things that people talk online about Boko Haram or whatever, Nigerians manage most of their economy. Nigeria has Afrobeats. There's a city in Nigeria, I forgot what it's called. I think it's Aba. Anyways, they produce their own Nigerian products and sell it to Nigeria is definitely doing better for sure. Yeah. It's not just because of the population. Nigerians in general are more business minded than Ghanaians, like just generally speaking. Any other questions?
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, hold on. Listen to this. I'm not done yet. It's from what I looked up. It says Ghana got $3.3 billion in 2018, when Nigeria could only get $2.2 billion in 2020. The National Bureau
In
of Statistics.
terms of tourism or what?
Hold on. In 2020, the National Bureau of Statistics reported that Nigeria got 414 or 79 million in FDI in 9 months, but Ghana got $785.62 million in 6 months. Despite the size of the Nigerian economy, investors seem to favor Ghana. So it looks like the Ghanaian economy is much more viable. I mean, where do you get this idea that Nigerians are better
Nigerians are
financially
better
because
than
they're
Ghanaians.
not. The numbers don't show that.
No, Nigerians are better than Ghanaians.
It
Like,
seems like
okay,
Ghana is economically is a more viable investment.
okay. Well, it's more. Yeah, people like Ghana more because it's, I guess, more peaceful. It has less bad PR. But that doesn't mean that Ghana's doing better financially than Nigeria. Like, that's impossible. It's just that Ghana has
The
more potential.
the internal market of Nigeria system is very large. You
Yeah.
understand?
Okay.
Even
Yeah.
when investors don't
Thanks.
come into Nigeria, but Nigeria already have the internal business system that is very, very large. Based on that, Nigeria can still sustain themselves for a very, very long time. Then the Nigeria diaspora play into that thing also. Ghana have very large diasporas that pump money back to Ghana. That's why you need when Ghana have more the infrastructures that be set up, that be set up. But what Ghana need is a real investors, but not just people coming in for sightseeing. You understand? So Ghana have more favorable part of investors, but they really need much of those investors that are coming in. The government have big plan. The big plan need money. You can see like the buildings for affordable home for people and everything, but nobody really. It's not really for free. You must have to buy them. You understand? It's not like, oh, come and have it for free. You must have to pay money for them. So I think the Africa system of affordable housing, the government don't need to sponsor those kind of things because those is cost money. The Africans more rely on themselves and their family to build most of these houses. So when government started involved in building affordable houses, you pump in money, then these people are not really, they're not so interested like that. They think the government is even cheating them because they can go and build it themselves. You understand? So these are the type of things you see. But these are short-term problem. When the economic of the world get balanced, everything will return back again. Just the way it is. That's just the truth. It's just now every country is in recession, and most countries, Nigeria also have a very big problem also. But things have to get balanced later. Things will get balanced, then they have to put their money where their mouth is. That is real investors. That's what I'm also saying. They have to focus more on the investors than somebody coming to preach
Yeah,
something
we
else.
do. I agree with you on that. Ghana's thing, like focus on investing in tourism, actually caused problems, believe it or not. Because I'm not sure if you're aware that the Ghanaian president, I think in 2021, he said, "Oh no, if you want to come to Ghana now, you have to you have to be vaccinated." So Ghana made 1 point whatever billion dollars from year of return in 2019. In 2020, Ghana made $200 million from tourism, and it doesn't seem like it's going really well. So, yes, I agree. Ghana's dependence on tourism it actually kicks Ghana in the foot. Ghana needs to be investing into um, actual industries. For sure. Like, I keep bringing up chocolate. Let that die. Let me talk about the kente industry, like other things. Even Ghana's music industry is horrible. So Ghana needs to like literally invest into other industries that will make it money, not so much on tourism. Like the over dependency on tourism is just, oh my
Yeah.
god. Yeah, but yeah, Punta, you can go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. Look, is that this new Wakanda city? Is it built by the government or is it like a private company who's doing this?
It's not built by the government, it's built by a private diaspora.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Farrakhan is
okay.
claiming
Okay.
that
Diaspora
the
company.
Diaspora is supposed to garner money towards her database to supposedly pick and choose what projects she's supposed to be doing. So basically, she's asking for free money to trust her. She was fired for fraud, by the way, as an ambassador. It was supposed to be a long-term or permanent post as the ambassador, but she was making her own entity within the entity of the African Union, and so they kicked her out. And so she's just trying to do the same thing that she was doing there. asking for free money, making up stories about Wakanda City, and we got all these ideas
Oh,
and
are you
projects.
talking about the Zambian woman, right? She's
Yeah,
from
no, from
Zambia.
Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, she doesn't have
Yeah, I've heard.
she don't have good intentions. She doesn't have a good heart. She's not being real. And that's just the fact of it all. I'm not going to play games and act like she's doing the right thing because she don't have showed no proof of nothing. And like I said, she was fired for fraud. I got an official document curtailing what she was fired over, and she lied on. I don't know if you know Roland Martin, who that is. He's a Haitian American who does like commentary on YouTube. Had her on after she was fired. She tried to play it off and say that she was fired for talking against France and colonization, what they did, back in the 1800s, having 14 countries sign on this debt thing that they do, $500 billion a year. And she was making it seem like that's the reason because she was telling truths that weren't known. And I didn't know that truth, but you could do two things at once. You can tell the truth and you can also have underhanded stuff that you're doing at the same time. And so, me pointing that out, people are going to get mad. Oh, well, I don't care. My objective is to protect Black Americans because there is no protection here in America and nowhere else. So, I mean, if I can't be frank and honest and research and figure stuff out to tell my people in advance, who's going to help us? Like everybody expects us to be everybody's fool. We were fooled by Lou Major. I'm sure you guys heard of him before, the Haitian American who claimed to get land from Ghana and other places and develop so-called a bank and robbed $500,000 off of primarily Black Americans. There was some other Caribbeans he got too, but primarily Black Americans because we're very emotional and it's sad. I could be sweet and nice and kind, but I'm not going to be nobody's fool. That's not what I'm going to do. So that's what she's on. This President Malema did this, or Mahama did this in 2013 with a Hope City that never materialized. In 2013, no nothing, no proof, but he got $10 billion. That's what they do. They get the money, they make these plans, and they never come through with the plan. That's what they're going to do.
Isn't there like I never like finished my my statement, to be honest. Can I just finish my statement? Thank you. I mean, of the brother. Thank you. Okay. Here's the problem, right? We're building all this futuristic. I know Akon is trying to build. I know one is supposed to be built in Nigeria like for 20 years now. All this futuristic kind of bullshit that people are building. I like, isn't it? Yeah, that do you know that Lego City somewhere this is supposed to be futuristic? It's going on 20 years now, right? So here is the thing, right? So here is the thing. Why don't these people actually invest on building factories where they can actually manufacture shit, right? That will help the country and their own pocket at the same time. Like, for instance, in Ghana, right? Ghana, they have cocoa and like you guys want to make chocolate, which I really salute for that. That's great, right? But why don't these people now coming building this futuristic bullshit? Instead of doing that, just build factories where you literally industrialize like the country, different factories that really produce different items and different things, and then from there you go. But we literally crawling and we want to just jump off and run. And that doesn't make any sense to me. So all this, by the way, this Wakanda bullshit should be laid to rest. Like it's the name itself is the name itself is so. I can't with the name, right? That's a science fiction movie, for God's sake. Just don't even call a city like that. That's not nice. Anyways, I actually think instead of doing this bullshit, actually build factories, actually produce something and sell it to the world. Because in Africa, mostly we have only raw material to sell. Instead of doing that, do that you actually manufacture. And from there you go slowly. We cannot just go from crawling to just jumping and running. You understand? That's my opinion. That's all I needed to say.
If I could respond, sister, as you so eloquently stated so many of your points. I agree that Ghana should crawl before they walk, and walk before they run. And definitely they need to look into manufacturing. The main thing, especially nowadays, I really think they need to look into manufacturing is electric vehicles, because that's something that they have the raw materials and stuff. Like they can produce the rubber, they can, they have oil, for the wheels, they have or they can make the metal and stuff, and the steel and stuff for the cars and the glass and stuff, and then they could sell those vehicles to the surrounding countries. I think that would, because that's the future right now. That's what there's a big market that's growing for electric vehicles. But as far
How many in Africa can actually afford cars right now? That's the
well,
question.
they
Not
need
a lot of
to.
people.
Well, like I said, they need to start
I
it
don't think
small,
that
and
is
they don't
right.
have to be. Hold on, they don't have to be super expensive cars at first. I'm pretty sure there's a way that they can find a way to make them uh, economically feasible with local materials, and they need to just start there first. But I also wanted to address for black righteous folk. Are you there? For
Yeah, I
black
am.
righteous.
I
Yeah,
hope you're gonna be respectful so I can
yeah, no,
stay.
no, no. I was gonna be nothing but respectful, because I've heard you. I believe I've heard your voice on other people's platforms.
Hmm.
I don't remember whose platforms, but I always thought that your viewpoints and stuff, especially when it comes to Africa, were
Yeah,
very interesting,
question.
and I think that's why you stuck
Well,
out to
the
me.
reason why I came on YouTube, like I've told African millennials, because there were people claiming to be us that are not us, and they're on this Pan-African lying tip. And I'm tired of people representing us and lying about what we want. Oh, everybody wants to go back to Africa, or we want to do. You can't speak for me, so it forced me to have to come on and speak for myself, because I didn't like people representing me, and they're lying on the behalf of African so-called Americans. And so that's why you see me in these spaces. I respect African Millennial because she's very open, just like Mr. Uganda. Those are my two favorite Africans on these platforms, because they're open, they're young, they're flexible to listen and be open for people to share their own ideas, despite the momentum or movements that other people are trying to push or propaganda, because a lot of that is on YouTube, you know what I mean? And I feel like everybody should have their fair shake of speaking their mind on what they view. I mean, why are people getting offended because someone has a different idea or view based on what they're discerning? You know what I mean? Like, we should respect other people's views. Like, if you really want to go to Africa, nobody's stopping y'all. If y'all really want to gain money and whatever, pull money together to do a project, y'all could do stuff behind the scenes, get a list of things to go and do it. But they don't. They just continually be on YouTube every day saying the same thing and don't do nothing. And it gets very, very redundant and irritating, because they're bashing Black Americans indirectly and directly, like a Brandon of Pan-African Strikes Back Again, and others like that take shots at us like we're doing something wrong, but we never said we were Pan-African. Like, okay, and so why are you offending us? Like, you should be offending the people claiming to be Pan-African. Like, get at them for being on social media for 10 years or more talking about Pan-Africanism and never did nothing. How about that?
Yeah, and if I could make a further point, sister, how do you feel, especially when you talk about Black Americans in Africa and all this, the scams and the impropriety and stuff? Because one of the things that I always advance towards other Black Americans is when you go to Africa, you need to be thinking about security as well.
Mm-hmm.
The idea of like Black Americans having their own security guards there, or their own, security firms, where if you're a Black American, and you're in Africa, and let's say you don't trust the local law enforcement, or you're having an issue, you could call like a Black, owned American security firm, and they could come, resolve your issue or act like a mediation
But I
between
don't
you.
think that could work, because there's not guns allowable in Africa, as
Oh
far as
no,
I know.
guns! Believe me, guns are allowed in
I
Africa.
don't
Believe
think
it
they're
or not.
allowed for like
No, no,
foreigners
hold
in
on, sister. Let me
for the
finish. Let
most
me
part.
finish my point. If you look at Ghana and Nigeria, they have actually gun laws that are actually on par with the United States. Gun ownership is allowed. You are
Kidola, is that
allowed.
true?
Wait, hold
Is
on.
that
No,
correct? After millennial, you can have a gun in Ghana as an American.
The only people
Look,
I know that have guns are police
look,
officers,
look,
people who
look,
can
look,
do
my brother.
hunting.
I don't want to
But
interfere
when
into
you
this thing.
say the same as America, I believe that's a stretch.
No, in
I've
in
never heard
Nigeria,
anybody that said
you
that they
you
can
are
have a
allowed
gun
to
in
own
Ghana.
firearms in Ghana. I know that.
wait,
Let me look.
no, look. In Nigeria, you're not allowed to own firearms. You have to register your firearm if you're a hunter. If you're a hunter and you prove you're a hunter, that's your profession. You need to register that firearms. Open and security in Nigeria, you have what we call in the American way of system. You explain it here in Africa. That will not say in Africa. The other security firm in Africa does not carry gun. They just guide celebrities, occasions, and all those other things. Well, what West Africa really need is called reinvestment. Black Americans can't do that. They can't. They don't have the 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 ideas. They don't have the whole thing to come out to come to Africa and open a very big business. They're not into that kind of game. They don't have that money. That doesn't mean
That's
that
opposite
some
of
of
what Tunai just saying.
they don't have that money, and those that have the money, they're not even interested in Africa. You have to those that have money have their investment in United States. You understand? That's where their money is coming from. They are not black Americans are not adventuralists. They don't have venture out of their territory, even those that have money. But the ones that are coming to Africa, these are called pilgrims. People who come to see what is going on and share their emotions and all those things. Compared to the Chinese, who really come with reinvestment. You know, the Europeans who come with the reinvestment, who know what to do in the continent. That's why I'm telling Africa, you can't just look, these ones are coming, these are hallelujah people who want to tell you how bad the white people are, how bad the Chinese are, but they have nothing to contribute. Neither they're in Africa to marry 3 wives, they're in Africa to scam, they're in Africa to do all kind of shit. They have no to contribute to. If you listen to most of them, they have sweet mouth. It seems like in the culture where they're coming from, everybody want to be a a good Samaritan. That means to say, even some will go and date baby mamas and said, "Oh, I will take care of you." They are very the black Americans have they are sweet mouth. I think it's a system there. I will take care of you. I will be with you. But they don't have really anything to show. They just talk but no action. You understand? I'm not saying all of them, but
Most of them
few. But
do. I'll give you that. They do talk a good deal a lot without, and that's what's so irritating because it would be nice if they would just do what they're preaching about instead of badgering people that's not on that level. Then you wouldn't have to hear from me because I would be just listening, in the back room or whatever, and just whatever. But
I'm not.
they're not leaving it there. They're constantly accusing us like we did something wrong because we don't want to do what they're claiming that they want to have done, and they're not doing what they're claiming that they want to do. And it's
We can we can't hear anything.
Sorry. In one other hands is this. In one other hand is this. You come to your territory, they want to find fault in your country. That's the problem. They want to find fault in your country. They're coming to as an Africa, as Pan Africa, but want to find fault in your country. They want to see what to talk about. They want to always look for where there's poverty, things that they cannot even contribute nothing to. You understand? This is what I'm talking about. You can't contribute nothing to assist or to contribute to anything.
Wait, Kidola, right? Because you're actually an African, so is Abby. But Kidola, your insight is very interesting because you speak the complete opposite of someone like Tunisia. Kidola, have you ever heard Tunisia say, Nigeria needs the diaspora. Diaspora is going to help Nigeria. And I'm like,
It's,
Nigerians are pretty smart. Like, hey.
it seems like Tunaja is looking for a wife for Black America. You understand me? Because you always spend that towards it.
I mean,
You always
no,
spend that towards. You
diaspora
always
can
spend that
come.
towards
Like,
those
I'm
people.
not against diaspora coming, right? But like, I've never had the thoughts that the diaspora are the ones that are gonna fix the continent. Like I've never thought that way ever. Why would they do that?
Nigeria have no tourists. Nigeria is not like Ghana have tourists or tourism establishment. Tourism establishment is not even
Kidola,
in Nigeria.
when's Nigeria doing your return? Like, come on now.
No, it's too, no. We don't want you to return. Everybody should be where you are. Look, we have 30 million Nigerians outside Nigeria. Nigerians are married to Nigerians that are living abroad. When I mean diaspora, Nigeria, their children, 30 million. You understand? These people are sending over $40 billion to Nigeria for investment, assist of family, doing other things. So we don't need external. Nigeria is crazy on its own already. They come and come. You see, this Pan-Africa will never sell in Nigeria. Let me just tell you the truth. This Pan-Africanism will never
Yeah,
sell in Nigeria.
we did try, like I think Nkrumah tried in the 60s.
It didn't work.
Try to get the Nigerians and Pan-Africanism and didn't work at all.
It didn't work because it was very close to the Maziki way. It was very close to those men that he knows very well. Nigeria is just too.
I think I heard you on Kazo's panel, right, talking to Nakmezi about this. Is this the big dog? I think your name was then.
Yes.
Okay, see, now I remember. So yeah, you were being very honest, and I was commending the fact that you were like telling the truth, because like someone like Tunija does the opposite of you. He is constantly saying weird stuff like we should be able to get in the tribalism stuff that's going on in Nigeria, and we should be like the mediator and this type of talk, and it's just ridiculous. It's like they're not going to listen to us. We have nothing to do with thousands of years or whatever's going on over there. And he just makes up stuff. And it's just very odd that I feel like he's a globalist. I feel like he is a hustler.
Tunija is nothing. Tunija is just a guy who lives on one bedroom in England. Might be confused there. Then he wants to sell.
He's not married.
Yeah, because Tunija have been disgracing us. You understand me? Tunija have been a very big disgrace to Nigerians. It's because of Tunija I came to YouTube. Before
he said he was a military expert. Every time I hear him, he's talking about military strategy.
It's because of Tunija I came to express Nigeria view. Nigeria is not where you say Pan-Africanist or Pan-Africanism. Nigeria is too huge. The population is just too much. It's all about the money. If you have the money, if you don't have the money, go and look for the money. You understand me? Everybody's looking for food on top of the table to eat. You have a whole long family to assist. If you're from the rich side, good for you. If you're not, you must have to raise up yourself and assist the other of your family. Two Nigeria have a dream that will never work out. You understand? So two Nigeria
he wants a one Nigeria. He wants a one Nigeria is what he claims, and that's never going to happen. There's going to have to be a whole lot of deaths before that would happen.
Look, two Nigeria. Look, everybody have to develop his own territory, his own place. That's what I said before the tourists started coming to Ghana. How do you think Accra developed? If you check Ghana, really, if you check Ghana country, you see most of these are big mansions, big companies. It's been all by Ghanaians. But they forget Ghana is also assembly cars, homemade cars. They're homemade kind of product. I think being partner with China. So Diaspora, they don't have this kind of manufacturing power, and these guys are doing this thing. They're in Nigeria, just like the one in Nigeria also. They're in Ghana. Ghana produce cars. What Ghana have to do, they have to patronize that homemade product. Just what Nigeria is trying to also force the Nigerian government to start buying cars being produced in Nigeria. So it's we Africans have to play our own part to develop our territories, our country, and whatever. Nobody will do it for you. You can partner with other countries who are interested. It's business. It's 50-50. It's what the Chinese call win-win. You understand? It's just win-win. If diaspora want to come in, then they can come in. Just that the culture is totally different. The culture of a diaspora and the culture of a person that lives in Africa is a total different ball game. Those that travel out can pretend to adapt, can pretend to be with. That's what you see. That's why I say I'm not a B1. I'm not a B1. I'm not pro-black. I'm pro everything. Pro everything. From everything matters for me. You know, as long you bring me business and you bring me money, we can share together when we do business. That's just all. Let me give
All right.
Obeto space to speak, please.
Can
Okay. So we're gonna let
yeah
Magufuli, are you there? If not, then I'll just move on. Hey,
yeah.
Quintet, go ahead.
I'm just listening face and then I'll come back. I'll come and join. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay, no problem. It sounds
Yo,
like a
AM.
Can you guys hear me?
great,
AM,
like
can you please
East
just
African accent.
wait? AM, can you just enlarge my picture once, please? I beg.
I already did
She
that.
did
already.
so much attention. It's so
Oh,
sad.
okay,
He's
okay.
like a little boy that's crying out for someone to get triggered. Nothing. Little boy, your trigger
AM,
don't
can you hear
work.
me?
You're just a little
Look, man,
stupid
I
boy.
just have to
Go
say,
sit down
AM,
in the
isn't
corner
it
and shut
funny?
up somewhere. You're
Isn't
dumb.
it funny? Isn't it funny
You're just
that
dumb.
this?
You just need a lot of
Shut the
attention
fuck
and
up.
it's
Okay,
not
we
gonna
heard you
work.
speak.
Shut the fuck up, you little dummy. Didn't work.
Someone give us some Hennessy so
You
she can
didn't
keep quiet.
trigger me, bitch,
Hennessy and
because you was
black
a
and
dumb
blue.
little dummy. You was a little dummy. Shut up.
Oh my god.
I hear the corner store
Somebody
has
wants to
Hennessy and
let
black and
them.
mild on sale today. You
You
want to
want
go?
my attention, bitch? Shut up.
Oh my goodness, I can't.
Can I say something
Yeah,
if
go ahead,
nobody's speaking?
please.
Okay. Yeah, the brother was saying before, Africa need to build their own vehicles and stuff like that. Although I agree with that, like that's a perfect idea. But the thing is, most African literally live under $1 a day. So most African will not be able to afford any kind of cars. What I would say, like we need to produce our own food, for instance, right? Like tomato can, for instance, right? Just make some tomato can. Just make some spaghetti if you guys eat spaghetti, or your own rice, or your own oil. Just produce, manufacture your own food and your own clothing, and then sell it to other African. That's how you actually build a economy. That's how your money just circulates in the continent, instead of building high towers that nobody's going to live, first of all, because nobody can afford. If you want to build something nice, then build an affordable housing for the people where they can actually afford and live in. Who is going to afford to live these kind of houses, futuristic houses? Very few will be, and those apartments will be totally empty, to be honest, because very few can afford. Not everybody can afford. So when somebody comes to me and says, hey, I want you to donate because I'm going to build this beautiful futuristic city, or somebody else comes to me and say, hey, I'm going to make a factory here and I need money. I'd rather donate to the factory than this stupid futuristic bullshit that people are dreaming of. We literally want to compete with the world when we actually set back 100 years. Like, you have to understand, we are over 100 years behind the world. We literally need to move slowly but steady. What we are not doing is we're not moving slowly and steady, but we want to just fly and make a
Steady.
rocket ship. It doesn't make any sense to me to build such an expensive futuristic city. It doesn't make any sense to me because nobody's going to be affording that. Nobody's going to live that except the few, right? So that's my idea. And cars, we can wait with the cars.
The
Just
Pan-Africans got mad. Well, I'm Pan-African too, but let me just say the staunch Pan-Africans got mad at me when I said that. And I was like, you realize it's going to be Chinese and non-Ghanaians living in those cities, right? Like you
It's going to be
realize
like Cape Town.
absolute, and
AM,
Europeans.
it's going to be like Cape Town.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Yes,
Europeans
African
who live in
able
those
to
cities.
afford
Not
that.
No. But Africa needs that, man. I need a place where I can buy property as well, man. Where I don't have to see dusty Africans. Like you, AM, if you came
Yeah,
back to
except the
Africa, you're
few,
probably
if you
going to
can
buy property
afford.
there as well.
If you can afford, yes, but there's just few who
Yeah,
can
like if
actually
AM came
afford.
back to Ghana, where would you rather live? This new
I'm not living
Wakanda
in
City or with dusty?
I already know where I'm gonna live. It's definitely
No, but on a
far
serious
away
note,
from
AM, what's wrong with your country, man? Why do you keep embarrassing the rest of Africa? First, it was the year of return. Now it's this Wakanda City. Bro, why do you guys need to tap dance for money this much? Like, you're embarrassing the rest of us.
Listen.
No, but they want. They see a business. If it's a good business, why not do it? But I don't see a good
Now, you
business
see,
for the
Ghana's the
country.
reason. No, Ghana's the reason why African Americans think we want them to return or like we need them to develop. Ghana and to Niger have been propagating this narrative. I blame Ghana. I don't blame anyone else. See, that's why you have Tariq Nasheed and stuff roasting Africans because of you guys. So you guys are the reason. You guys need to take this out, man. Like Wakanda City, you guys couldn't even come up with a more original one. No. You guys couldn't.
We don't even need
think
to.
about how corny this name is. No.
We don't even
Just
need
imagine
to.
how corny this name is. They called it
We don't
Wakanda
even need
City,
to
bro.
jump on Tariq Nasheed's level. We already know what type of idiot he is. I mean, just looking at the guy's rhetoric, you can see how low IQ Tariq Nasheed is. In front of the Africans, he's a big bad wolf. In front of the white man, he's cowering and hiding behind newsletters and talking about victimization. I mean, ain't that typical? But hey, I'm talking about my people, the Ghanaian British. We're not dusty Africans, yeah? We don't belong in that shitty continent. We belong in Europe and we're thriving people. Aren't we, African millennial?
No comment.
That's all I have to say. We're not you dusty Africans. We are in another continent enjoying, fruitful and progressive standard of living in the British Isles than that dusty continent full of tribalism, nationalism, and cancerous wars. We're good over
Is
here.
your name Monana? Is your man name Monana or Kusalami?
No. Kwame. Kwame is my name.
What is your IQ? What is your IQ? Do you have high IQ or low IQ? What is your IQ?
I have a high IQ. The fact I'm not claiming Africa is telling that I've got high IQ.
You must have to claim
Black
Africa.
British.
The dusty fit.
Oh no, it's better than Africa in every aspect. I'm not getting chased by hyenas. I'm not. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to use the Tariq Nasheed lines, the famous line. You smell like hyena.
No. But on a serious note, guys, Ghana is the reason that a lot of African Americans have beef with Africa. It's you guys who brought them in for the year of return and tried to pimp them out by overcharging them on everything. Like you guys, man, I swear Ghana is like a cancer to Africa, man. I swear to God, bro. These guys are always embarrassing us on the international stage. Every corny social new thing, they always jump on it. Like, who names the city Wakanda City? After, oh my God. This is so embarrassing.
I mean, I'm happy that I'm British, I don't have to identify with the dusty country of America. I mean, come on, it's a low IQ country. It's a low IQ country itself.
Okay, one second.
Europe sees
Love Africa. Did you?
The IMF needs to let Ghana go bankrupt, man. Just
what do you mean?
Naming this
the rest of the world sees America as a simulation for the world to watch and laugh at while having popcorn.
Love Africa.
Ghanaian British is on trolling mode.
Oh no, I'm Ghanaian British.
Yeah, go ahead.
It seemed like I'm gonna have to defend Pan-Africanism on this channel a little bit.
Boo.
I think a lot of people don't understand what Pan-African was supposed to mean. There's been like a lot of misconception about Pan-Africanism. And Pan-Africanism was when it came to Marcus Garvey, the idea was to unify the continent, build a military, and fight against the rest of the world when it came to not violent fight or military fight, but when it came to like economics, to be the leaders of the world, take us to the next generation. That was Marcus Garvey's idea. And I think what happened was the civil rights movement got involved with Pan-Africanism, true Pan-Africanism. And it came to the point of just, we should overcome. That's been the problem with Black Americans. And I'm Black American, so I can say this. We have a mindset of we should overcome. Civil rights destroyed our unity. It destroyed what we were supposed to build. Our ancestors didn't depend on no one. We didn't care. When we were separated, that was the highest economical growth for us when it came to Black dollar. Now, when the civil rights movement got strong, Black Panther Party, Martin Luther King and all this, Malcolm X singing this we should overcome mindset, it destroyed us. So we came to this point of we needed to find ourselves. We needed to find ourselves. And Marcus Garvey's idea was always perfect because it gave us the base of what we were. It gave us our foundation. All that was destroyed when the civil rights movement came in. We were just begging, marching. The Black Panther Party, begging, marching. Yes, they defend
They helped blacks. They did everything they possibly can. But the majority of the Black Panther parties became the Bloods and the Crips. So it wasn't helpful. We never had that opportunity to basically build the foundation of what we are and then move with that. So
can I ask you something real quick? What did Marcus Garvey accomplish as far as going back to Africa since he never ended
I sit here and
in
say
Africa? He scammed the Black Americans out of a lot of money. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And he went to jail. He went to jail, and he got deported behind what he was about. So I don't know why people are exalting this man who never accomplished one iota thing that he claimed that he was supposed to do. And you guys reverence people that don't do what they claim, like Umar Johnson. It goes on and on and on. That's our problem. We give people kudos and flowers for things they do not do.
But Miss, can I please finish? Can I please finish? Because I want
Thank you for saying the truth about the dusty continent.
I want to answer that question. Once again, the biggest fear in the world is a unification of Africa. Muammar Gaddafi proved that. That was set by Marcus Garvey's mindset. And when you sit there and say he scammed, really?
He did.
Marcus Garvey created thousands of jobs for the UNA members. What are you talking about?
He had a boat that couldn't float. He had a plan that never manifest. He was just scamming and painting a picture for people, like pictures that people.
So what is the wealthiest Black group in
Can I cut in and say that, you know,
to like historical? Please tell
Marcus Garvey
was
not reading the face of
emotional
Pan-Africanism.
tip, dude, and that's the problem with Pan-Africanism. It got you lost in the sauce with emotionalism, and that's what's wrong with these Black men today. And it's sad because you guys are not living in reality today. You got to get off of yesterday and be where you are today.
I'm just sitting here
saying, it'll help kill you. It'll help kill you for real.
It's not gonna kill me because
it's gonna heal you to be in reality, is what I said.
I guess it's gonna kill Africa too, because there's a Pan-African parliament in Africa.
They're not Pan-African though. That's about hustling Black Americans. You notice no one's running to the rescue of Haitians.
Africa, are you Black American?
No one's running to migrants that are fleeing all over the place to help them and assist them. They're dying all over the place. So what do you mean about Pan-Africanism? Please tell.
Love Africa. Are you from? Are you Black American?
Oh yeah, that's it. I'm Black American from Washington D.C.
Listen, I used to be formerly known as a African Continental, but you know I fled from that situation because I don't want to be identified with that. You know,
I understand
continent. I don't want to be identified with that. You know, shy continent. So now I identify as a Black British.
That's who you are, and that's who you are. I can't change your mind. I'm not up here to change anyone's mind. I don't care what you believe you are. But I'm up here to sit here and say that Marcus Garvey idea was more powerful than Martin Luther King idea, more powerful than Malcolm X.
What did they achieve? What did they achieve? You tell me. Tell me one thing.
Let's talk about the idea first.
No. The idea can be talked about anything. Anybody can manifest an idea into a thought. But I'm telling you, tell me how the idea manifested into something, an actionable act that benefited all of Africa. Tell me how that happened.
Well, can I finish?
Give me one case.
Let me finish it. Because there's a lot of, you know, when people sit there and talk about that, you got to put context to this. And Africans, the majority of Africans understand this context because they understand what happened to Muammar Gaddafi. Gaddafi idea was going to put America in trouble. Let's keep it 110. It was going to put NATO in trouble. So let's go back to what Marcus Garvey was saying in the first place. His goal was always to push us to take that next step. He was going to build a military. He was going to do everything he possibly could in that sense. Now, I do believe it was a hidden agenda behind what he was doing. He wanted to be an emperor. He wanted to be the leader of Africa. I understand that. I know it. It's the same thing with Muammar Gaddafi. They wanted to be leaders, but their idea was going to put fear in the rest of the world. And it was in Hillary Clinton's email, and even the president Barack Obama said the worst thing he ever did was
no offense, but you can't compare Marcus Garvey to Gaddafi. Gaddafi took actions. Marcus Garvey never. Marcus Garvey was an advocate of speech.
There's context behind that.
Gaddafi was Pan-African. Gaddafi was the only guy in Africa that was Pan-African, in my opinion.
You can't compare Gaddafi, who took actionable acts to stop, Western interference, compared to a guy who was an idealist.
Who came up with the hypothesis? That's all.
Many people came with the hypothesis. Wait. Love Africa. You can't allocate an idea to a man because he said it at that specific time. It doesn't make sense.
I'm just sitting here saying the organized part of it. Yes, he did not finish it. I'm not going to sit here and say, okay.
No, but you're allocating an idea over an action. It doesn't make sense.
It made sense in the simple fact of its context behind this. Africa
what
was
context?
colonized. Africa was colonized. Let's be real here. Africa was
Yes.
colonized. Do you really think at that time he could do what he was trying to do?
But again, you're not answering my question. You're going in circles. I'm asking you, tell me how those ideals turn into actionable acts for Africa. You're not answering that. You're saying there's context, but you're bouncing all over the place. So give me the context then.
No, I'm going straight to the context here right here.
He means the brother here. Let me just jump in. He means Marcus Garvey was 100 years ago. He could not have done that, whatever, but he had the idea, and this idea is what the people who are now calling themselves Pan-Africans inherited from him, including Gaddafi. But he could not have done it. He just had the idea, and that's what the people
Impossible for him to do that at the time.
No, but
Yeah,
again,
it wasn't.
but it goes back to my point. As I said, being an idealist and someone taking action upon Africa are two different things. As I said to him, my first point, you can't compare someone like Gaddafi to Marcus Garvey. It doesn't make sense.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. No, you cannot. One took actionable acts
You
for Africa.
saw
and did
what
what he
happened
could.
to Gaddafi, though. You saw what happened to him.
That's my
right?
point. He did what he
But
did for
let's-
Africa and
let's-
took action. Garvey never.
What did
Can
Gaddafi
you
do
sit
for
there and
Africa?
say at
If you
the time that
if you don't mind asking.
He created a playbook on how to stop what's it called, European dominance over Africa, and not a single Pan-African leader followed it. Every single
Okay,
African leader
that's
abandoned
what I'm
it.
saying. That's an idea.
No. That's an action. That's an action
No,
because he
what
actually
I'm
created an
saying
action
is-
plan. No.
But
You're not
But
understanding.
didn't work. But didn't work. Because
Wait.
Gaddafi was
That's my point. That's my point. He took an action
come up with an
towards
idea-
Africa.
No, Gaddafi didn't want to bring a
the
single
thing-
military. That's why it didn't work.
One thing you got to
Massive
understand
difference.
is every African country got their own personal interests. This
Doesn't
idea
matter. My
of-
point still stands. My point still stands. As you said.
Wait.
Wait. You got the situation confused. You said in your own words, that's an idea. I corrected you. That's not an idea because you created an action. No, it's not.
Until you follow
Unless you have no basic grasp of the English language.
All right, one second. Thank you, Matifi, for the $10 super chat. Also, if anyone wants to hop off, because there's a Pan-African, I want to hear what he wants to say. But if anyone wants to hop off now, they can. If they don't, we'll just wait. But Amara, you can go ahead. You haven't spoken yet.
Okay. Somebody said the idea Gaddafi was a Pan-Africanist. You see, what people don't understand is it's a lot of slogans, and this African Union place is just a talking shop.
Well,
a talking shop where people throw different ideas. The number one thing is most African countries have their own personal interest. They put their personal interest first before anybody else's. They're not going to take orders from Gaddafi controls Libya. You just put an idea out that does not necessarily mean nobody's going to follow through if it doesn't benefit them. You see what I'm saying? Every African country have their own playbook.
So again, why are you advocating Pan-Africanist if you know the intentions of African countries here? If you're breaking it down to me, what's the benefit of you advocating it?
Did I advocate Pan-Africanism?
Amara,
Guess
can
what?
I
You're
just say
literally
one
trying to
thing?
make sense of what
Mo,
Gaddafi did. Objectively,
Mo, Garvey didn't.
You said Gaddafi.
Bro, you can't debate Pan-Africanists, man. They have no logic. I cannot debate them.
Gaddafi had a playbook for
They have no critical thinking.
Listen, you said Gaddafi had a playbook for everybody to follow. That's not what happens.
No, but again, you contradicted yourself.
Listen,
Do you not know what you said?
Gaddafi there's not a super boss in the African Union.
Listen, brother, calm down and let me point out where you contradicted yourself.
There's no supremo.
Okay.
Every African country
Look, Amara, can I
is a
just...
sovereign country.
Amara, let me point out where you contradicted yourself in your argument.
Mo, you asked...
Wait, huh?
Gaddafi had an idea of Pan-Africanism.
Won't you admit, though, that what Garvey did was more impressive than Gaddafi, because Gaddafi had lots of...
No, if you're going to make African millennial, if you're going to make the argument... Wait. Amara, 2 seconds, please.
Yo,
Good Lord.
Okay, Mo. Can I just say something? You asked... No.
I'm just going to answer African millennial's question, Abby. 2 seconds.
No. You asked what did Garvey
what you
do.
said
I
for
have a
wait,
list of what Garvey did.
Abby, you can speak afterwards. I'm just gonna make a point. That's 1 minute. African millennial, what you said for what Marcus Garvey did is, of course, if you reconstructed a sentence and said what Marcus Garvey did during his time was impressive, I would have agreed. During his time. But again, the guy advocated as in like, comparing Gaddafi and equivalating it to Marcus Garvey I said that's incorrect because you can't do that. But that's all I said anyway. Yeah, the rest of you can go ahead.
Yeah, those guys are idealists. And there's no
Look, Amara,
supremo.
okay.
Every country
Okay, can I just
puts their personal interest first. They're a sovereign country. They're not going to subjugate themselves. All that, those agreements and treaties.
Brother, I can point out your contradictions right now.
Bruh, there's no supremo in Africa. There's nobody that's going to dish out orders for other African countries to follow. There's nothing like that. It never existed.
Okay, all right. We're gonna let Great Bison.
I'm about to hop off real quick. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. I'm sorry that I got a little bit reckless, but someone attacks me, I'm gonna attack back. But thank you anyways. I gotta go feed my dog. Bye.
No problem. Great Bison, what point did you want to make before we
look,
move on?
Mo? Look, you guys know I'm not a Garveyite. I'm barely a Pan-Africanist. But Garvey did do a lot, man. You can't just disrespect a man because you don't like his ideology. He created the first African shipping company where they were shipping stuff to Africa for any trade at half the price. And that's a big thing, especially in the world of international trade. So Mo, you cannot. He even provided a lot of aid, especially when aid was being shipped to Africa. He did that for free, which means his business was taking a hit.
Many people have done trade towards Africa and outside of Africa.
Mo, he created the first shipping company, man. That's a big thing. For someone who's not in power, you can't just say, "Oh, that's not a big deal." So he did do a lot, and you can't compare Garvey's achievement.
Go ahead, ask.
You asked what did he do? Okay, look, you cannot compare the achievements of one man who has no political power in a continent that was colonized throughout most of his life to a man who has been in charge of a country for almost 4 decades. That's not the same thing, man. That's like me comparing what you've done for Somalia compared to what Farmajo has done for Somalia.
I never compared. That's why I corrected that fella who said that Marcus Garvey and Gaddafi are the same in terms of equivalency. That's why I corrected that guy. That's the point you're making. I'm agreeing with it.
What?
Yeah, but you made it sound like Garvey didn't do shit. Look, just because you don't like a man doesn't mean you have to just downplay his achievements or her achievements. Like you can criticize their ideology without having to act like what they did didn't happen.
Those guys are idealists. They just
you just made the point that I was gonna make. Because Mo was going real hard on Garvey as if he done nothing. But
I never said he done nothing.
Because no, you didn't say it like that. But the way
I said he was an idealist. In my own words, I never said he done nothing. There's a difference.
Anything in America because
the thing is,
if you're gonna quote me, correct what I said.
Gaddafi, no, but the thing is, Gaddafi had access to a ton of money. Like he can do whatever. Marcus Garvey was working on donations and the little business that he had. Well, I don't know how big it is, but either way.
Can you list Gaddafi's achievements with his ton of money?
You know what? I'm actually going to send a link so African
Zero. Look, no, you can't even deny it. Gaddafi has no achievement.
Gaddafi doesn't have influence.
Gaddafi has more achievements than Marcus Garvey.
Wait. Okay, Mo. Wait. Let's just ask Mo. I don't know why you keep sussing Gaddafi out. First of all, no. Amara, can I just say this? First of all, Gaddafi was never a Pan-Africanist.
Both was great men.
Mo, can you at least admit that Gaddafi was never a Pan-Africanist at first? He was a Pan-Arabist. He got rejected by the Arabs, and then he.
That's obvious.
Okay, name me one lasting thing Gaddafi has done that has still stayed over past his death. All of his achievements have been.
What do you mean? Everything that he's tried to achieve was wiped out by African actions and by outside forces.
Dude, it got wiped out by his own people.
But during his time,
it got wiped out by his own people. Mo, it didn't get wiped out by. It got wiped out by Libyans. What are Africans supposed to do?
That's not completely true.
His own people didn't want it.
Wait,
Mo, are you going to reject the fact that his own people are protesting against him?
Of course, look. Before you say that he got wiped out by his people, there's many external forces that apply to that, so you can't just point it out on his people alone. Second of all, the guy you're advocating or saying that did a lot for Africa was an idealist who never set one foot in Africa.
But that's
so please get your confirmation correct.
It was so much like external forces on this. No way in hell he can unify Africa at the time. He was either going to die. He was going to die or he was going to be deported. That was the only choice. And a lot of that stuff that you said when it came to him mail fraud, it was a lot of lies in that. He was pushed out of this country. You're right. He did not go to Africa because I believe he wanted to be an emperor. I understand that. I know who he is. But I'm not going to sit there and say his idea
And
wasn't,
Abby,
you know, he couldn't.
since you pointed that out, is the shipping company still around that Gaddafi's? That Marcus Garvey started?
It's done because
Oh my
Marcus
gosh.
Garvey. Marcus Garvey.
No,
when
it
he
got
Saying you can't
consolidated
make
by
an
another
equivalency
African
and not
company.
back with the
Can
same.
I go ahead? Can I finish it? So Marcus
You
Garvey
go
was
ahead.
a
It still
fool.
works in
He was a
Africa.
fool.
It's just a different name now.
He took the steamboat
Send the
from
sources.
the government, and then he tried to put stock on top of that. That's mail fraud. You can't do that. That wasn't his boat. That wasn't his, basically, in a sense, that wasn't his company. He couldn't do that. He was a fool. I understand that. But I'm trying to get to his idea. That's all I care about, his idea. I'm not talking about the man. I'm talking about his idea because Muammar Gaddafi, there's a lot of stuff out there about him when it pertains to what he did to his people and things in that nature. I'm talking about the idea. I can care less about the two men's. They're instruments. That's what mostly Pan-Africans are supposed to be. We're instrument to trying to unify Africa and eradicate tribalism to the point where we can grow. You know, if that's starting with jobs, that's starting with opportunities for Africans on the continent and opportunity for the diaspora. That's what it's about. Now, what you're seeing now on this internet, when we talk about YouTube and all this and Umar Johnson, that's the problem. Because the simple fact is, what happened was the civil rights movement came together with the Pan-African movement. And there goes the issue. Civil rights did not help Black Americans. This is the reason why we still fighting for what we want. We never got a chance to build on our own. Only time we got this chance is when we got out of slavery and when everything was segregated. We had the best chances at those times, but we did not build a foundation when it became to our history. So that's the only thing I'm trying to say here. I'm not trying to equal the two. And, you know, when it came to actions, yes, Marcus Garvey was a fool. I'll sit there and say that. But Muammar Gaddafi was a fool because he should never sit there and say, I'm going to sit here and back everything behind gold without having a military. You can't do that with America.
That was his fatal mistake.
That's
he
how
made
it goes.
His plans too obvious.
That's how it goes. Like everything is back behind the dollar. Let's keep it 100. That's the reason why most of these countries are falling, because everything is back behind the dollar. Ronald Reagan did a great ass idea when he found a way to kick gold out and back every natural resource behind the dollar. That's why this country is standing where we at. We're not the greatest when it comes to innovation. We're standing because we got the majority of the world having their currency and having their reserve money is the dollar and kicking their currency out. So it makes America great. So that's where Pan-African come from when we trying to sit here and say, yo, we have an idea. If we can unify the continent, we can fight for our people and we can eradicate tribalism and we can get these weak ass leaders in Africa out of the way. It's a chance for the continent to rise and take the step that they need to take. That's all I wanted to say.
All right. So we're gonna go in order now. So Solo Her and then Pan-Africanism Strikes Back, then Printite. So Solo Her, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest mistakes or things that people often misunderstand about Pan-Africanism is that Pan-Africanism is kind of like, I don't want to equate it to a Bible, but it's supposed to create some kind of blueprint where it gets people working together. It's not about whether it is successful. Because no nation has ever just suddenly existed. It took someone to work hard to unite the people within that nation and tell them what they need to do to achieve something. And they work together. Because it doesn't work for Africa, it didn't work for Africa, all these anti-Pan-Africans just want to go on the attack. But however, I'm sure if all these African leaders such as Garvey and Nkrumah and whoever, Lumumba, if it had worked, all of a sudden they wouldn't be saying all this. But it's not about whether it worked. The question is, was there a blueprint left behind that we should try to work together rather than consistently sit here, attack one another? You know, it doesn't matter if you're from America or Caribbean or Canada or in Africa. Like, I don't even understand why all these attacks are all about. Like, people should just share ideas. You don't need to agree or disagree. You can just say, okay, that's your opinion. But in any way, I just think that rather than always focus on the results, ask yourself, are these visions, are we supposed to follow and try to make something work? Because there are no options. It's either you do or you die. You don't have a plan, you die. There are no mercies for losers. Okay, and this is what Pan Africans want to say. And that, well, I wouldn't say they want to say, because we all have different ideas, but I look at it more like it's a plan. Can we come up with a plan that we can all work together? No, fine, fight. Who cares? Just fight. And that's what I want to say.
Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna let. Oh gosh, I can't even say that name. Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. You can go ahead.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm glad the guy brought up the Bible, the guy right before me, right? Because I'm gonna talk about the Bible real quick. So there's a scripture in Matthew in the 23rd chapter, and it's verse 13, and Jesus is talking to these Pharisees, these religious leader guys, right? They're like authoritarians. They got all the history.
You gotta go around. You see the Hudson Bay? Yeah, go.
Well, mute your mic.
Around to, yeah.
Somebody gotta mute their mic. But anyway, so Jesus is talking to these guys, and they're like smart. They're the authority. They know the law. They know the lineage. They know everything, right? They know the lay of the land. They know everything. Nobody can teach them anything, right? So he tells them, he says, woe to you teachers of the law, you and Pharisees, you hypocrites. You shut up the door of the kingdom of heaven in people's faces. You yourselves do not enter, nor will you let those enter who are trying to, right? And this is the continental African, or the person who was born in Africa, but now they live somewhere else, who tries to talk down on Pan-Africanism, tries to make people think like, oh, this is all just a bunch of baloney. These guys are never going to be able to do what they want to do. Oh, Garvey was this, and the Arab Gaddafi is my hero. These guys, right? Yeah, they know about Africa. They probably got more knowledge of Africa than the average Pan-Africanist person. They know a lot about the history, right? They know the ins and outs, the ups and downs, right? But they have this old saying that says, if you want to kill a big idea, tell it to a small mind. These guys get in these spaces and act like they know what works, what's going to work, what's not going to work. You go to their country, right? Ask them the history of their country. Most of them don't even know the history of their country before 1960, when their country got independence. Most of them speak with a British accent. Most of them worship white anything, Arab anything, Chinese anything. They speak on Pan-Africanism. They don't know about what Pan-Africanism even is. I'll explain to you what it is. Pan-Africanism is not about fixing your shitty country, okay? It's not about bailing you out of your problems. That's called liberalism, democracy, and virtue signaling. You learned that concept from the white man because he once, a long time ago, came into your country, to your ancestors who are just as goofy as you, and told them, don't worry about doing for yourself. Some invisible white guy in the sky is going to fix everything for you. And you guys believed it. So now you think that if anybody's going to do anything in your country, that means they're going to have to solve every last one of your problems. Wrong. The white man who you gave everything to in your country didn't solve all your problems. Even your white zaddy Jesus didn't solve all of your problems. So to sit up and try to make it seem like Pan-Africanism has to solve all of your problems to be relevant is false. Pan-Africanism is about creating an opportunity. When you go to the UK and you can go to college and move there and receive free healthcare and all that stuff, that way was created for you by Pan-Africanism, because there are Black people who struggled there for decades to get the rights that you enjoy when you go there. That's Pan-Africanism. African people making a way for other African people all over the world. That's what the term pan means, like the globe, right? When you come to America, the fact that you can go eat food with a white person, go to a white university, Harvard, Yale, all this stuff, that is Pan-Africanism, because that was an African who struggled somewhere to make a way for you. Now, when we go to Africa, Pan-Africanism is practiced there even unknowingly, because when you go to Africa, Africans facilitate pretty much anything you want to do over there, and they're not doing it begrudgingly. They're trying to help you out. Why? Because it creates an opportunity for them. And that is what Pan-Africanism is. Africans all over the world creating and facilitating opportunities for one another. When you start talking about Garvey, guess what? The guy who created NASA never went to space. The guy who created Space Force never went to space. There's so many people who created things or were a part of things that they never got to see fruition. Martin Luther King, he died like a couple years after civil rights was passed. He never really got to see that stuff take hold in America and be enacted in America, but he fought for it. John Brown never got to see the abolition of slavery, but guess what? He fought for it. And that's the thing, that's the grace that you guys don't give Garvey, because you guys just want to tear that dude down while you guys build up Europeans and Asians in your own country, got your people walking around thinking they're like gods. That's why I never fought the regular African, because I know it's some African dude or female who went abroad, kissed a lot of white butt, a lot of Asian butt, and a lot of everything else butt. And then they come back and they spread this message like, oh, this person is the next Messiah. Gaddafi was fine, but he wasn't a Pan-Africanist. Gaddafi was an Arab who was trying to control Africa because he knew that the leadership in Africa was too dull and greedy. And if he just got on the good side of America and they gave him the keys and the space to go in and do neo-colonialism in Africa, he would have been able to take over the whole continent effortlessly. He had the nukes. The Africans gave up their nukes and never tried to develop any nukes. He had the money. The Africans had the money too, but they were too busy stealing the money and enriching their own selves personally to actually use the money to build power bases, right? So Gaddafi was no hero. You could talk about him till the cows come home. Ultimately, he knew in order to take over Africa, he had to get the American monkey off his back. To try to do that, he gave up his nukes. As soon as he gave up his nukes, they went in there and killed him. He was a sucker and he was a fool. At least Garvey was a lot of things, but Garvey was not a fool. That's why they had to get the FBI. Pretty much the first person COINTELPRO ever destroyed was Garvey. Why? COINTELPRO don't go after failed efforts. It doesn't go after stuff that doesn't have the ability to grow into something that challenges the power of white people in America. COINTELPRO goes after things that are a real threat. Garvey was a threat. Pan-Africanism was a threat. That's why the white man has employed people like these guys on this panel to try to destroy and tear down Pan-Africanism. That's why the white man has employed FBA ADOS to tear down Pan-Africanism. You think white people don't see the resurgence of Pan-Africanism in real time? You don't think they see what we're doing in Africa, us Pan-Africans, while you guys talk about getting a good job, getting a degree so you could go kiss ass at some white-owned company? They see it. They know what you're doing is nothing. It's a losing effort. They see what we're doing is a real threat. But these days, it's a new game. They don't have to come do it themselves. They can send you guys to try to tear down, but it won't work because we got more money than you, we have more ambition than you, and we have right on our side, and we got our brothers in the continent who are going to help us, who are smart enough to not give two damns about what you guys think. And can't nobody argue against that, baby.
That was awesome.
I think from now on, people, I mean, you guys are silent, as is the tendencies with Africans when the real lost Africans come in and start talking. But I think we should, I think one thing, you should have to show your face on these panels. Two, I think that we should have some type of gauge, like look at people's tax returns or something before they get to speak. A lot of these dudes are like failed college students who went to school and got the degree and can't figure out a way to get a decent job or create their own company. Why are kids talking where it's men supposed to be talking? Where your wife at? Where your house at? What have you accomplished to make you be able to speak on Garvey? At the end of the day, Garvey accomplished two things. He had a wife, he had a family. I'm sure he owned many homes, he had many businesses. Get one of the things at least that Garvey had. before you can speak on Garvey. Just one. Maintain a relationship for more than a year, then speak on Garvey. Get a marriage for 5 or 10, then speak on Garvey. Because there's another scripture in the Bible that says it's not what goes in a man's mouth that defiles him, it's what comes out. But you want me to tell you what the true defiler of black men is? They damn pockets. Because they sit up with their pockets touching, but then try to speak on somebody who figured out way more than they ever have, much faster than they did.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can anybody hear me? I want to respond.
Who's his uncle?
I want to respond, please. Please let me respond. Okay, this man right here spoke a lot. First of all, let me tell you, first of all, these so-called Pan-Africanists that go to Africa have no idea what the continent is about. Okay? You go with an ideology saying, eradicate tribalism. Let me give you a piece of advice. Do not ever tamper with tribalism in Africa. This is in the internet. Don't go down on the ground and tell people that tribalism is not good in Africa. You'll be sorely mistaken. You'll be sorry. You'll be sorry you ever said that.
I think you're
okay. So no.
Mike,
because I am a royal. I am a royal. And
okay, we get it. Lower your voice.
I'm responding.
Yeah, you don't need to shout, man. You're killing our eardrums.
You're gonna have your chance to speak, okay? You don't have to be rude. You're gonna have your chance, all right? Let me have my chance.
Yeah, I just said lower your voice, man. God damn.
Okay,
like you're killing our eardrums.
Okay, you're gonna have your chance, okay?
This man rules over a dung heap talking about
it. Now,
can you lower your volume, please? Your voice is actually annoying.
Okay, you're not the only one in here complaining. All right, get with it. You can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen. All right, let me continue before I'm rudely interrupted. Now, what I'm talking about, do not ever go to Africa. This is the internet. Do not ever get on the ground and talk against eradicating tribalism. You'll be sorry you ever made that statement.
He said that,
I can guarantee you that for fact. I guarantee you that. Secondly, these so-called Pan-Africanists have an ideology that is a completely disconnect from the people on the ground. Because the people on the ground go about their day-to-day business. There is this narrative of the white man controlling Africa, or the Chinese coming in and dominating Africa, or there's a white Jesus and whatever. First of all, we have our own African spirituality. We have our authentic African religions.
Yeah,
Christianity and Islam.
But Christianity and Islam dominate, so it doesn't even matter.
Christianity and Islam, I'm gonna tell you right now, most of those people that say they're Muslim in West Africa practice African spirituality. I'm one of them. My entire family is one of them. We're steeped in African spirituality, but we're in the hierarchy of the mosque. It's West African Islam. We never abandon African spirituality. Never. Okay. So that's a fact on the ground, which is not, it doesn't surface on the internet. You got to go get on the ground to get the facts. Secondly, nobody controls. Chinese do not control land in Africa. Families. Like my family has 11,000 acres, control their diamonds and gold in it. I could give you a typical, I could refer you to the link of some dummy
Just give me a
that came over and said he has an exclusive right in our kingdom to mine gold and diamond. A white man came over there. And you know what we did?
You gotta speak in more general. You can't talk to your case, man.
So you do not understand when. No, but listen, we are on the ground in the villages.
No, if you're telling me, yeah, of course you control your own shit. But every time African countries take a loan, they have to sign away a lot of things you don't know. Why do you think we don't know why?
Listen. Let me tell you. Let me give you an example of the president of Sierra Leone. You know what he did? The president before that took a lot of loans. You know what the man did?
Because
do you know what the man did?
They have to take certain.
Do you know what the man did? Do you want to answer to that? The man canceled 9,000 loans. 9,000 loans. You know what the people did? The creditors, they took him to the international court. You know what they told the international court? You can kiss my ass. I'm not going to pay a dime. I canceled 9,000 contracts just like that. He confiscated the equipment. You want newspaper links to it in Sierra Leone? He confiscated the equipment. He seized their boats. He seized all their equipment, their offices, everything, and kicked them out of the country. He can do that.
You can say
now,
you
just
want
like
about
America,
African
you
countries.
can say that's bad credit for a country, but he doesn't give a damn. So that can happen. So don't go with the idea that people are controlling you. No, you can cancel your contracts. You can kick the guys out of the country. You can confiscate their equipment. And don't ban them.
You didn't prove. If you're trying to say anything, you didn't prove that it made the continent better. You didn't prove anything.
No, but what you know about they go with this high feeling that the Chinese control you because you signed on a dotted line on a piece of paper. You signed on a dotted line on a piece of paper. You can bond that paper and throw it away.
Amara, can I please say something? You're not making any sense. Like you're saying, literally, you can take a loan and then say, "I'm not gonna pay it off," and that is not how
it happened in Sierra Leone.
Listen, look what happened in what China did to Sri Lanka. They freaking took their ports for 100 years. It is a law. You cannot just take money and say,
Do you want the link to the story? Do you want the links to the story?
Yeah,
I can give you the link to the story where the president.
You know what happened in Sri Lanka? They literally lost their.
I'm not talking about Sri Lanka. I'm giving you a Sierra Leone example.
She's giving you an example of what happens if you don't pay.
I'm giving you an example to counter that.
Brother, can I, brother?
Listen. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I don't want to scream. It's very late for me right now. You see, here's the thing. If there's a lot of African countries who are taking loans from China, taking loan per se is not the problem. But the problem is when you take a loan that you cannot pay back. A lot of African countries are in deep shit with a lot of loans. Kenya was almost losing their port. What's the name? Uganda was almost losing their airport. Sri Lanka lost their port. So this is the problem. And you cannot just say, I'm going to take money, billions of dollars, and say, hey, kiss my ass. That does not work. I don't know what you're getting at.
What are they going to do? What are they going to do? The president before that, this new president came in and inherited an administration that had 9,000 loans that he didn't agree with. It's a brand new president. He says, I don't agree with these 9,000 loans. You see what I'm saying? So the old guy.
Bro, Amara, send the link. Send the link to the article.
It's not going to honor none of these loans.
I want to see that.
Send the link to the article.
Including
Amara, send the link to the article.
Including the airport.
I remember this story. And basically what happened
was the airport. We were supposed to have a brand new.
Yo. No. Send the link. Nah, Mike, chill.
Okay.
Amara, send the link.
We were supposed to have a brand new. You can Google it yourself.
Amara, you guys have.
Amara, send the link, man. If you make a claim, it's up to you.
You guys have never.
Google. It's on Google.
Why you guys say the same thing?
We were supposed to get a brand new airport in Sierra Leone. He canceled the contracts and he gave a brand new contract.
He canceled the contract because the loan never went through anyway. You can cancel.
Exactly. This guy is retarded, man. You can't just cancel a contract.
Can I say something? The reality is this. In a democracy.
Not to pay.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go.
Okay. Yeah. So that guy's still talking. But yeah. So if you live in a democracy, you know, a man once told me this. He said, when you loan somebody money, the burden is on you. It's not on them, because if they don't pay you back, what are you gonna do? So what is China gonna do if those African countries don't pay them back? Invade their country? Take everything by force? Impossible. There's too many countries with interest in those African countries for them to do that. The Africans are not there. You can.
No, you can't do that.
Listen.
No, you can't do that.
Okay,
Bro,
what's gonna happen if you do that?
you
What's gonna
cannot
happen if you do
default
that?
on a buy. Okay, you know what's going to happen? The next time you ask for a loan, instead of paying, let's say, 7% interest rate, your interest rate is going to be like 25% or
But you'll still
20%.
be able to get a loan,
Why do you
right?
think these countries?
Wait, bro,
Yeah,
listen.
but it's
You
like
just
double the.
wait, bro. You
Brother,
just
listen,
said
Abby, listen. When you're taking a loan, here you're just taking a loan. You have to, you don't have to be able to pay it back. If when you're signing this fucking contract, you're literally giving something away. If
Okay,
you cannot pay
Puntai.
back,
Okay,
I
Puntai.
will take this
Let's just
shore.
be
I will
honest.
take this land, and that is how they will take over. Like,
can you guys
if I
answer
want
my
to go, listen,
guys,
but let me just finish my point. If I want to take a loan today, and I sign my house as if I cannot pay, then my house will be taken away, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
No, you
And
can
that's
file
exactly what happened
bankruptcy.
to. Please, can you share this video, short video, and
Wait a minute,
African
wait a minute,
millennia,
guys.
just to
When you
show them what's going to happen.
wait, guys,
Just
when
let's
you
share this
speak on
video.
loans, guys, when you speak on loans, first make sure you know what you're talking about. You can file bankruptcy. They will not take your house. That is the way the monetary system of the entire globe is pretty much set up. You might have a higher interest rate next time, but in reality, there's not really anything they can do to enforce the return or paying back of these loans. They
They
know
can
that.
tank your currency.
Listen,
They can tank your
no,
currency.
bro, they just renegotiate the loans. They go back and restructure them. That's all they really can do, bro. There's laws in place against
Guys,
certain predatory.
Brandon,
can I just say something as well from
We
hearing your
Brandon,
observations?
brother,
we can't keep going with the
Look,
doom
look,
and
can I
gloom.
say something? Look, I was gonna say, just from hearing you guys saying your points or stating your ideals, Amara is completely wrong. The fact that he can sit there and point out the fact that nothing will happen if you take money from China is absurd. China is one of the leading superpowers, top 2
What
countries
are
in the
they gonna
entire.
do, bro? That's the only question I ask you guys. What are they
Amara,
gonna do?
Tank your currency.
look.
They will deflate your currency,
Have the
man.
power. They have the power. Look, once you owe a country something, right? They have the power to dictate the flow of your country. They do.
That's true. That's for another president. This president doesn't care.
Can I?
This
Oh my
president
God!
doesn't care.
Amara,
Yeah.
can I just finish my point? Look, there are many countries in Africa that owe massive amount of debt to China. Angola being one of them, which owes $25 billion to China. Ethiopia owes $13.5 billion to China. Kenya owes $7.9 billion to China. I mean, Cameroon owes $5.5 billion. Nigeria 4.8. Even my country, Ghana, 3.5 billion.
I'm
It's
talking
ridiculous.
about Sierra Leone, my country. I'm talking about my situation.
No,
I'm not
but
talking
again,
about
I'm making a
anybody's
context.
situation.
Bro, your
I know
country
you
dirty, man.
generalize.
Why is this guy talking about his
wait,
country like it's Wakanda or something?
Wait.
No,
Let
I'm
him
giving you an
finish his.
example of where
Look,
Let him finish his
Pan-Africanism.
point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Let him finish
In
his
that
point.
Amara,
case,
look, can I?
in that
Bro,
scenario, it
Amara,
didn't work.
this is not a Sierra Leone market, man. Have some discipline. Let Mo
Yeah, let
finish.
him finish
Listen,
his point,
listen. If you're
Amara.
gonna make your point, make your point.
My
Don't insult
goodness.
me.
Yeah, let
Okay,
him.
How
make
did
your
I
point.
Yeah, let
insult
him
you?
finish his point.
Yeah.
Go
Don't
ahead,
insult
Mo.
me. Make your point.
Okay, so yeah, I
Whatever
gave a
country you come
broad.
from.
Lord, can I finish? Look,
Go
I
ahead.
gave a broad overview of African countries that have massive amount of debt to China, and you can't just get away with that in a global stage where
Oh,
there
you
are
generalizing. I'm giving you specifics. A specific situation is not a generalized situation.
But
I'm
you
giving
did
you
not show any
specifics.
evidence, though. Show us the articles. We want to see what
You
you're
can
talking about.
Google it up.
African
Google it
millennia.
up. Sierra Leone president cancels 9,000 contracts. Google it up right now, including Chinese airport contracts. They were supposed to build an airport, which the president canceled.
Did he just
canceled the
cancel
loan.
the contract?
It
Listen, did
canceled
he
the
just
loan.
cancel the contract? Amara, did he just cancel the contract, or did he
It
say we're
can't
not going to
cancel
pay
the
your money
contract.
back?
It's
There's two
another
difference.
example. No.
Oh
I'll
my
give you another
God.
example where
Oh my God.
Shenyang Iron Ore
Amara,
Melt
are you Igbo
Company
by any chance?
to
Okay, wait,
$700
one
million
second.
to
Wait,
build
one second. No, talking. One
Please.
second.
Amara, are you Igbo by any
African
chance?
millennia.
loan, right?
Forehead, my bro. We're gonna actually watch something real quick, and then we'll get back to the conversation.
Yeah, let's
African millennial,
continue.
can you ask him by any
And
chance if
please
he's
share
Igbo?
my video. Please.
That's the only way to describe what's happening in Sri Lanka. The island is on a highway to becoming a Chinese colony. First, the Hambantota port, and now Port City, Colombo. Both are strategic assets. One of them is already under Chinese control, that's Hambantota. The other could soon follow.
We need a Sierra Leone example, please.
Let's give you some background first. What exactly is the Colombo
Please.
Port City? It is a special financial zone being built next to Colombo, mostly on land reclaimed from the sea. They're calling it the next Dubai. And looking at the plans, we can understand why. This is a city from the future. It is powered by renewable energy. There is a financial center, an international island, and a sprawling park right in the middle. It all sounds good, but just one problem. Port City Colombo is a Chinese project. It is part of President Xi Jinping's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. You see, Beijing is not looking for a partnership in Sri Lanka. It wants an overseas province. And Sri Lanka has seen this happen before. And this is exactly how they lost the Hambantota port. They signed massive deals with the Chinese, but when it was time to pay up, they had no money. So the question is, will this time be any different? The government of Sri Lanka is dead set on pushing ahead. The project has been exempted from local laws, and earlier this year, a special bill was submitted for the port city. It is called the Colombo Port City Economic Commission Bill. The government wants to get it passed as quickly as possible, but the opposition is not on board. They say the bill will create a Chinese colony in Sri Lanka. So what did they do? They filed a petition in the Supreme Court, and thankfully for Sri Lanka, the court came through. They found parts of this bill, and I'm quoting, inconsistent with the Constitution. So the government now has two options. One, stick with the current version, in which case the bill will need a referendum to pass, a nationwide vote. The second option is to amend the proposal to bring it in line with the Constitution of Sri Lanka. Now, the government is very keen to avoid a referendum, from what we understand. So they are expected to table an amended bill in Parliament. And with the kind of majority that they have, passing it should be a cakewalk. But Sri Lanka's problems do not end there. The Colombo Port Bill is a deeply flawed legislation. And let me tell you why. The bill wants to create a 7-member commission to administer the port city. This would be an all-powerful commission. It would control everything from taxation to approving new projects and investments. So the obvious question is, who appoints this commission? President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. This bill gives him the authority to put foreigners on the board, effectively handing over power to Chinese officials. And Beijing is lobbying very hard for this. Last month, the Chinese defense minister visited Sri Lanka. He met both President Gotabaya and Prime Minister Mahinda. The visit was a nudge from China to speed things along. But this new Supreme Court order is a setback. The court demanded a number of amendments, but one of them stands out. The first version reduced Sri Lankan regulators to mere spectators. They had to rubber stamp decisions of the Port City Commission. The amended version gives real powers to regulators. But this is hardly a saving grace. China has already pumped in millions into the project. They have reclaimed the land. They have built the high rises. So expecting them to give up control is futile at this point. Like most of China's so-called partnerships, this too will come due. The Supreme Court order only delays the inevitable, because Sri Lanka is setting itself up for Hambantota 2.0. WION is now available in your country. Download the app now and get all the news.
Can you dig up the Sierra Leone example, please? Please.
Oh
Yo,
my
I swear,
God.
no one
Wait,
cares about
please,
this
Sierra
dirty
Leone,
country, man. For
please.
fuck's sake.
Please,
Listen,
please, because we
Google
Sri
knows
Lanka,
blood.
Sri Lanka, Amara, listen. Sri Lanka lost already a port, okay, for 100 years to China. Definitely they lost that. For 100 years, this is controlled by China. Amara, you saying that your president canceled contracts. That's one thing. I can cancel a contract before I even take the money. But once you take the money, you are gone. You have to pay that money back
yeah, but this president doesn't
listen
care.
though, unless you have actually you can get away from loans if your country has been bankrupt or your country has been in a civil war for a long time, stuff like that. You can actually apply for to be relieved from those debts. But It's not for everybody. It's just for the few who cannot pay. So a country, if it says, I'm not going to pay, there is a law in the world. You cannot just cross that law. You
Yeah,
can't
that's
not
true.
do that.
They took them to the international court, right? They took Sierra Leone to the international court as for breach of contract. You know, then the international court found Sierra Leone in wanting. What the president's response was, I still do not abide by the international courts because the government before me signed the contract and it didn't put the country's interest first. So I'm here to put the country's interest first. Do you see where I'm coming from? He confiscated the equipment. He took all their material and he canceled the contract.
Look, man, go focus on your blood diamond situation,
Shenyang Steel mines took a $700 million loan from a Chinese bank to mine iron ore in Sierra Leone. All right? The guy's contracts were canceled. The airport that we used to go, what the president did was made his own contract and gave the Senegalese guys to repair a Senegalese company.
Amara,
to
do my
repair
ears a favor, please be quiet.
The new airports that we were trying to build that we took a loan for, the president canceled it. He canceled it. You kicking the can down the road. This is for the presidents down the road or the administrations come down the road. That's for them to deal with. But this guy under his administration, he's not going to settle for anything that's not in the country's interest.
Amara, everything you said is 100% correct. Now let other people speak.
We believe you. Yes, we believe you. Sierra Leone is going to be a world power by 2030. We believe you. Yes.
Sierra Leone has
I'm not talking about, you're going outside the realm. We're talking about Chinese having influence, and if you see something you don't like, you have the ability to cancel.
Sierra Leone is influence-free, debt-free. The army is world class. They're challenging the economies of the West.
At this moment, under this administration, I didn't say prior. I didn't say it's not going to happen in the future. I said under this administration, they said no. This administration. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about past administrations or the future guys that are going to come. But this guy says no. This guy that runs the show right now, he doesn't care about the future guys.
Okay, that's great.
That's their problem.
Nice. That's nice.
Boy, you got more energy
thank you, Amara.
spitting
Thank you
bars
for
than
that.
Eminem.
Yeah. Listen, that's your experience. I don't know what your country is doing now. I mean, in the world stage. But the thing is, if I want to take a loan now, I want to open a restaurant, I want to build a restaurant, I want to take a loan, my house will be on a stake. And if I cannot pay that loan, my house will be taken away from me by the bank. This is how normally it works. So in Africa, they literally like say, okay, this airport will be taken. And that's why that in Kenya, they were in a very close to lose the port in Mombasa. Similar in Uganda, they were very close to lose their airport. Sri Lanka lost their port. So China, if you cannot pay, I mean, taking a loan is not a problem. I mean, that's fine. You can take a loan. But if you take too much loan that you cannot pay back, now that is the problem. That will be having a problem.
Okay,
Africa
you say they're going to take. Okay, what about the Chinese equipment? These guys that go into the iron ore mine, that they confiscated the equipment, that took a $700 million loan.
Bro, be quiet.
Why are they?
Decency, bro.
Listen, let me finish, man. Let me finish.
You just interrupted her.
Look, you've been talking this whole time, man.
Let me finish.
You don't see the irony in your speech.
Let me finish, man.
Oh, man,
Let me
I'm out,
finish.
bro.
You're telling me to let you finish,
Let
but you
me
interrupt someone
finish,
else.
man. You gonna let me finish?
Okay, go ahead.
You gonna let me finish?
Go ahead.
Hi, man.
I'm talking about those two specific situations. The guy took $700 million from a Chinese bank to mine iron ore in Sierra Leone. The president canceled their contract and confiscated the equipment. Same with the airport. They laid the groundwork for the airport. They already took the loan. They were building, they started the building right there when the president was old president about to leave, and the new guy came in. He says, no, stop work immediately, you understand what I'm saying? I'm canceling that
Anybody
contract.
can do that, Amir. Anybody can do that.
That's what I'm trying to say. So what you saying,
but it doesn't
that Chinese influence, when you sign to any signatory to any loan or whatever, you can't back out of it because the guys control you. That's what I'm saying. You're not in control. They're not in control.
Nobody was saying that you can't back out of as long as you don't use up the money. Once you use up the money, it becomes a loan.
They already started. They used up the money in the iron ore pits. They dig all the iron ore pits. They bought all the equipment. They used the money for that. They confiscated equipment.
What's his name? Amara. In my country, we take a loan 1960. Okay, I'm just gonna give you an example. We take a loan in 1960. And then in 1960, and then we were in a war for 30 years. And under these 30 years, there were also money was accumulating, right? So what happened is 30 years of war. Somalia cannot pay this money back. Okay, so what we did was we have to go to a court and ask for them to actually relieve this debt, and this took a very long time. This is not easy. You cannot just get rid of taking money, even though we were in a war. We were in a war, countries who were in war or bankrupt and stuff like that. This country can actually ask for relief, for the debt relief. You call that, there's a system you can go through. You can get debt relief, but you cannot just say, I'm not going to pay off, because look, the world they have a law, and you cannot break those laws. Now, what is the punishment if you break these laws? I don't know. I have to research for that country. What will be the punishment for that country if they do not pay their loans? We have to look at that.
Would lose its credit ratings, and that means,
for instance, you cannot get any more loans for other countries, probably. Like, you understand?
Or you turn to the Chinese. That's what happens. And then they make you pay very high interest. And also the way they actually do the loans, the way the Chinese do, they tie it to your minerals or your gas, your whatever resources. So they'll say, for example, since you couldn't pay, then we have to get a discount at with your oil, which is exactly what's happening in Russia. Russia had to give China a much lower cheap price when it comes to oil because of loans and because of the economic situation. It just happens everywhere. So when you take a loan and you can't pay, they're not going to the loan just giving you the money. They're like, okay, this country has a high risk. They don't have too much money. They may not be able to pay. So we'll say, okay, at least we get a deal on the oil, right? Or we'll get a deal with the platinum or the gold or whatever. That's how it works. It's so you're already like giving them a collateral. You know,
and if if you don't have nothing to give, probably they will seize your past assets that you have, which they did exactly that to Sri Lanka. Exactly, they seized that airport for 100 years. Do you know how long that is? Now everything that goes in and out from that port belongs to China for 100 years, and that's exactly what's going to happen in any other country in Africa that cannot pay their loans. And exactly the brother just explained to you. Otherwise, you give your resources in cheap dirt, like literally give it away almost for free, or you're losing strategic points that you actually could make money out of it. So yeah, it's not bad to take a loan, but only if you can pay it back. And what we are doing is we're taking a huge amount of loans that is catastrophe to the countries of Africa, because these people are just giving money, you know, they're giving left and right. They're not looking your credit. How much are you earning? How much can you pay? They don't care. They give you 100 billion if you want to, but are you going to be able to pay back? That's the question.
Anyway, in the end, Amir, your point doesn't really defeat or destroys or put down Pan-Africanism. Like it's non-related. It was just, I don't know what you were trying to prove.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Clear.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Now he said, no, it's the statement the man made that Chinese are coming in. I was listening carefully to what the man said. The guy, the Pan-Africanist guy, he said Chinese are coming in, controlling your resources. controlling everything. That's what I was responding to. You see what I'm saying? That's what I was responding. I was just responding to the statement he made about these people have all kinds of powers and they're coming in and they're walking around and doing whatever they feel like, and which is not true. Which is every administration that comes in, they sign their own contracts. They review, they do an audit of the last administration. Anything they inherit, they check it and see what in favors of them, favor them, or what doesn't favor them.
Actually, they control the Sudanese oil. Zambia, they control Zambia. Like, yeah, he's got a point there. Like, if you know the shit, the amount of like.
Well, in Sierra Leone, we got oil. It's not controlled by Chinese. We gave a block to Innoson. Innoson, you know what Innoson is? It's a Nigerian car manufacturing company. They do exploration. We gave them the rights to explore. The last time they looked it up, it was like 7 billion barrels or 9 billion barrels off the coast of Sierra Leone. We gave them the block to explore.
I mean,
say what?
Specific. We are talking general. Like,
no, I'm telling you, Innoson, Innoson. It's a Nigerian company that manufactures cars. We gave them exclusive rights to look at the blocks for export oil exploration outside the coast of Sierra Leone. And the last time they did that,
this conversation about it's not about Sierra Leone, bro.
No, I'm giving you my specific. You see, that's where you're going. You're going generally about Africa. I'm giving you specifically about Sierra Leone. That's where I'm coming from. I know where you're coming from, but I'm coming from the Sierra Leone angle, and you're coming from the rest of Africa. Okay, so we follow opposites. We're not talking about the same thing.
And you came in to go against his point, but
yeah, that's what, because he made that statement that our Chinese are coming over, taking over the country, running the show, and I just gave him that example. That no, sir, Chinese contracts can be canceled. Chinese contracts can be canceled. European contracts can be canceled. Our president can come in and say, for example, this president says he's not taking no debt. Okay, that's his big campaign slogan: no debt at all, no debt. So when he came in, he raised the tariff of the imported goods. Then he canceled his 9,000 contracts. So this period has been 4 years straight, no debt. He's taxing, he's increasing the tax base. He's going after everybody, nook and cranny, that own a business, that was supposed to pay taxes. He's on them heavily. He's bringing in new equipment. He gave the tax people all kinds of resources and a big budget to go after everybody that they're supposed to pay tax. That's what he's doing. To pay what he cherry picked among the debts that he think that Sierra Leone is in the interest of Sierra Leone, and he made them into a bundle. And now he's taxing the locals, us, as to pay off that debt. The rest of the contracts, he canceled them. He says they're not in Sierra Leone's interest. So he goes in with fine tooth comb and find contract after contract, which one he believes, help is in the interest of Sierra Leone. He keeps the ones is not in the interest of Sierra Leone. He discards. That's what he has done. He has managed it. He's managing the problem under his administration. He doesn't care about the guys that come behind him can go back to the Chinese and renegotiate or do whatever they feel like doing. But these guys say under his administration, no debts, and he's gonna bundle in the debts he feels that are interest of Sierra Leone, and he's taxing our locals to pay that debt. The rest of the other debts, he kick it out of the way. He doesn't care about that under his administration. That's a specific example that I gave you about Chinese not coming in and having their way. Because somebody like the president of Sierra Leone came in and canceled a whole boatload of Chinese contracts.
Amara, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, the one thing I don't agree is when people freaking out, people taking loans. Loans are normal thing. If you have an asset, that's the only time you can get a loan, right? So loan is not, every country in this world has a loan. in them. There's like every country has a loan. It is normal. That's what happens. And I don't agree when people actually scary people and say, oh my God, Africa is taking a loan and now it's all blows, like all hell blows loose. If African can take a loan and they can pay back, I see no problem in that. That's what happens in the world. You take a loan, you invest in that loan, and whatever comes out of it, fine, do it. Problem becomes, Amara, when we're taking a loan and we don't invest for what is supposed to be invested, and then we're sitting in a shithole place. Now we have to pay that money out, and so far I have not seen an African country actually going bankruptcy like that. Some can get it closed, but most of them have paid back. So yeah.
I am happy you brought the example of resources and loans.
One second, guys. Hold up. There's 27 likes. That's unacceptable. We at least need to get 40. So I'm going to be watching the numbers. Let's get to 40 and then we'll add the panelists back on. If not, then the show will be ended. So now it's 28 likes. I'm dead serious, by the way. You guys think I'm joking. Like, I'm serious. So now it's 29. I'll show the like count in a minute. I forgot to do that. Okay, there's 29. Okay, there's 31. So need 9 more likes to get it to 35. Thank you. And 30, yeah, still 35. So we need 5 more people to hit the like button. Okay. 5 more courageous people to hit the like button, else the show I'll just end it here, because I mean that's the only support I'm asking for. I don't think I'm that mean. Thank you. We got to 40. Okay, let me add them back on.
That was nice. Good, well done.
Okay, Punch and Princess. Okay, you gave I'm happy you gave the example of resources tied to loans. And so I give you the example of the iron ore mines in Sierra Leone, where this Chinese company Shenyang took $700 million or 700 billion, whatever the amount is, to mine iron ore in Sierra Leone. They bought the equipment, they were mining under the last administration. Everything was going on smooth. They were exporting. In fact, our country doesn't export all the things that the old administration exported. This guy doesn't export it because he canceled so many contracts. We don't export. So that example, when the guy went in and not only canceled the contracts, he confiscated their boats. He confiscated their mining equipment. He confiscated everything they got. He did it. And they took him to the international court for breach of contract. The international court found Sierra Leone wanting. And they asked the president to return the equipment. And he says, no. That is fair compensation for the last administration signing a contract that is not in the country's interest. He considers it as fair compensation. Up to the point that one of the ministers said they were going to put in all those confiscated equipment on the auction block. People had to go over there and try to beg him. He said, no, I auction it off. As fair compensation. Yeah, he was going to do it.
I'm sorry, like, you're not proving any point. It's off topic. It has nothing to do with
I told you that I'm responding to what Brian said. Brian said Chinese can come in, Africa.
Results to nothing.
Listen, I'm not talking about, what are you talking about? I told you I'm responding to what Brian said.
But the problem it's
he said, no, do you know what he said, first of all? Do you know what he said? He said
like
Chinese, no. African millennium. Can you play what Brian said? A Pan-African strike back. because they said Chinese are coming in to
much
Africa
scared everybody off
and
the panel.
controlling
You
everything.
Look,
And let them
you
and
scared
walk
everybody
away.
off the panel. Everybody's gone because they realize you just off topic. You just
Not,
killed everything.
listen, I'm responding to what Brian said. I'm not responding to anything else. That's what I was responding to.
There's
They
nothing with
were
the
going to bring in a Pan-Africanist guy that could give his view on Pan-Africanism, and he gave a whole rendition of Chinese coming in to Africa and controlling resources, and we don't say anything, but we want to say something against Pan-Africanism. So I was trying to bring a specific situation where he was wrong, saying Chinese have the wherewithal to just work in Africa and do everything. That's what I was responding to. That's what I was responding to. I'm not. I didn't create. Don't create something I didn't say. I'm responding to what a man just said.
All right.
That's all. Yeah.
Okay. City of Truth. Did you have anything to add? No. Okay. I guess he's not there. All right. So I would like to close or conclude the panel. So if everyone can say their last closing statement. Okay, Amara, we can start with you.
Oh, go ahead. Whoever was ahead of me, go ahead.
No, my only closing statement is those who are anti-Pan-Africanists are seriously don't understand its purpose, right? It's not there to solve your problems like you keep saying. It's there to set some kind of conversation where you can come up with your solution to resolve problems that are there, okay? And overall, there have been Pan-African leaders who have been trying or have tried. For example, Marcus Garvey. Of course, they didn't succeed, but sometimes nothing in life is guaranteed to succeed. But if somebody drops the baton, if you're in a race, right? Somebody drops the baton. If the next person doesn't pick up that baton, like Kwame Nkrumah and Marcus Garvey left on the ground, nobody picks it up. You know where you come? Last. You become the trash. Nobody celebrates the last, the second, the third person. Well, sorry, yeah, they celebrate. The third person gets the medal. But at the end of the day, nobody cares if you come last. Okay, so please, like, don't come at Pan-Africanists and attack them as if like they're trying to solve some horrible problem that your individual problem or your individual country problem. All they're saying is, look, these guys created a playbook. We need to pick up the baton and come up with a new solution for this century. Okay, try to solve our problems for this century going forward. There's no need for us to attack them. Like all these people talking garbage about Marcus Garvey, try to do this, he failed. Oh, Kwame Nkrumah did this, he failed. Well, these people have enemies. They were fighting the same enemies that you're still fighting today. You have not defeated them. So if we don't have that plan, please.
Okay, there's a question. There's a question specific, I guess, for you. Can you name some modern day Pan-Africans?
Well, here's the thing. The modern day Pan-Africanists, there isn't a lot. The only people I can really think of right now is Professor Lumumba, but he's not trying to be a leader. He was somebody I would say a person who's trying to spread knowledge amongst the people who are facing the challenges of today. And then of course there's that Dr. Arkan that some of you are calling a con artist. It's funny how some people can sit around and call people con artists when they themselves, you can't prove what she's gonna do or if she can do or can't do. Like nobody's wrong. You can criticize her, like your views about her can be, you can't prove that they're right. And if I go the other way, I can't prove that I'm right. Like I can support her, but it doesn't mean she'll be successful. I can be against her, right? But at the end of the day, no one has the right to enforce their opinion and say, she's a con artist, that's why I never donated to her. You know, this is not encouraging for anybody to do any work. Should we all just put everything down and say, you know what, Mr. A is not going to succeed, therefore forget it. Why work? Why work? Right? Now, is there any like real Pan-Africans today? Right now, I don't really see anybody at the moment, but I feel like today is much better than the future. The reason why, because most of us Africans or people of Caribbean and African Americans everywhere, we didn't have access, the ability to connect and learn about things that are happening now. Only recently we are able to get on this line and talk and share and know what those who are against us are doing. And now we have the ability to actually plan properly, right? And going forward, what you're going to see is new leaders coming up who have been listening to these panels, who are more pro-African, who are willing to actually do the things that you guys are saying Pan-Africans aren't doing, right? Because they're getting more education from the internet and these panels, right? It's going to be way different than before, right? So, no, I don't see a real leader who's like shining today, but I believe the possibility of a new leader coming is much, and who's more educated in terms of like being more pro-African. I feel like it's going to come. Okay. But my only question to all these anti-Pan-Africanists, if you have no vision of us having a blueprint to work together to do something, what is your plan? Otherwise, you have no plan except for to try to destroy what someone else is trying to create. You have no plan. You know, that's all I gotta say. So please, just come with a plan, and then we can all say, okay, let's work on that.
Great, thank you. And anybody want to go next?
I go
Hello.
next.
Okay, let Punch and Princess go. I'll go last.
I go next, and I just want to say good night. It was a great show, and I enjoyed it. And that's all I need to contribute. Good night, sis. And thank you for having me, by the way.
No worries.
Okay. African Millennium brought us very sensitive topic because of the situation in Ghana and y'all take that's somebody from that country, and you know, I got a take of my own, but it's not related. But anyway, to me, Ghana, when you open your arms, you might need to screen
Actually,
people.
Amir, can I just say something? Like, just quickly about what you said about Ghana, if you don't mind. Yeah, like this thing about Ghana's trying to be the leader or whatever of Pan-African or all that stuff. I just look at it this way. If there's a crowd of people and nobody's getting anywhere, going anywhere, or doing anything, in nature, one person or something has to rise to take that baton and lead the rest. So it's not necessarily that Ghana's trying to lead. It just happened to be in a position where it could. But will it actually do it? I don't know. Anyway, that's all I want to say. Thanks for
Okay,
letting
well,
me talk.
let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Because African Millennium was bringing examples of there's this Pan-Africanism. What you just said, yeah, historically Ghana played a leading role. Okay, that's in itself is one thing. African Millennium brought a point of, wait a minute, we have issues at home. Our economy is not doing good. We went to the IMF to get some money. We have other priorities. You see what I'm saying? And so her idea, I was like, why are you spending millions or billions of dollars building a new city for African Americans or the diaspora to come over and see when the focus should be at the problems at home? You know, financially, because of COVID-19, the economies are stressed out and whatever. you should reprioritize. Some of these projects are white elephants. They should be put on hold or, kicked down the road when the economy is in a better state. Everybody's taken care of. That's what she was trying to say. Why would you emphasize on that when we have issues there, even to the point that she said Ghana went to the IMF, for financial help. You can't pursue these other ideas when you can't control your own situation. I mean, you want to make a good presentation, take care of your people, take care of the situation at home. Then, when it's robust and nice, then you can jump back on the Pan-African bandwagon and make a better presentation for your people. But right now, the country is financially stressed, as you were saying, So everything got to be reprioritized. Something's got to be put on hold. Something got to wait. Some things got to be, pushed down the can down the road. That's what I get from what you was trying to say. I don't know if you read the same thing, African Millennium.
No, you're right. You're right. So, there's some issues that need to be fixed. But yeah.
All right, with that, I'm out. Nice, yeah. Thanks for having me, Mr. M. What's your name? I never spoke to this guy before. Solar, that's your name?
Yeah.
So we never spoke before. Yeah, this is the first time seeing you on this program. Okay.
No, we spoke. It just that.
It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure talking to you.
I wasn't trying to disrespect you.
Not a problem. Not a problem. We're all Africans. No problem. No problem.
Respect, man.
Yeah.
Bye. AM, thanks for letting me on.
No problem. Okay, so to end the panel, but before I do, I will vent again. You guys, I'm sorry. I have to. I'm sorry. There's this whale called Miss K and K Squad, right? Guys, remember she went viral for dissing Ghana, and it's like, why? Why diss Ghanaians? Ghanaians are so unproblematic. Ghanaians don't even speak. But it's like, honestly, like, if you want to diss Ghanaians, get out of Ghana. Okay? Get out of Ghana. Guys, look, let me show you her. Let me show you. I will play her whole video, but then we'd be here all night, so I'm not going to do that. But basically, she went to Ghana. She complained that Ghana doesn't have enough snacks. Ghanaians are weak. She just said so many disrespectful. This is her. Anyways, she complained about Ghana. She went back to Ghana and married a Ghanaian, and I must say he looks pretty good. A little bit too good to be with her. So I'm like, do you guys think this is a visa green card marriage? Because I do. So I'm right. If one of my brothers literally decided to marry her as payback, then I love you. I love you, Ghanaians. You guys are awesome. Please marry these whales. Come to America, steal their money. I love it. I love it. I mean, moreover, this woman has like 4 kids. She's like 36. Do you really think that beautiful Ghanaian man wants to be with you because he's in love with you? What? Why do some people do this? It's like you go to Africa, let me just say Ghana in this case, you meet somebody in the beach, not even a year, then you get married to them. Like, what's wrong with some? What's wrong with some? Listen, what's wrong with some of you guys? What is wrong with some of you guys? You literally go to Africa, the first person you meet, you fall in love with. You guys are weird. Y'all are weird. But anyways, I don't feel bad for her because she dissed Ghanaians once again. I mean, let me see if I can find the video real quick. Hold on. She literally dissed Ghanaians. She's the only one who did this, so I don't have an issue with any of them. But she especially, I have an issue with her, okay? Because she literally, who asked you to come to Ghana? Who asked you to go to Ghana? And then apparently she hated Ghana so much, but then she went back to get married. How does that work? You guys remember this woman, this crazy woman? And again, she made fun of my whole people, I don't care, okay? I do not care. And this is her channel in case any of you guys want to watch. I don't have time. I would literally do a part 2 of this again. But it's okay. I'll let it go. I'll let it go. Well, after I vent again, I'll let it go. So I was doing some snooping around, right, in her personal social media. I'm not gonna reveal her name, but she deleted the channel with her husband. So I'm like, what's going on here? I hope you found out that he's cheating on you and that he has another wife or another girlfriend in Ghana and only wants you for the visa. I hope you found that out. I hope that's the reason why you guys are not talking anymore. I'm praying. Okay, I don't even pray, but you guys know what I mean. I'm praying that was the reason. Hold on. Let me see. Where's the video that she said that there's no snacks in Ghana? She literally went viral for complaining that there are no snacks in Ghana. Like, bro, the jokes write themselves, okay? Oh, I think here. Is it this one? Okay, hold on.
What up, K&K squad? So I got a smile on my face because I make it look like I'm happy, but I'm really not, really disappointed in what we're going through right now. We're in the motherland. It's several things that we don't like and very discouraged about the whole move. Starting from the time that we got here with the police and the military, and then them not having internet, so I can't do none of my businesses that I wanted to do. I can't even get sufficient internet enough to talk to people with my containers. So the new situation with my container is that the container with the household goods did not go through because it was owned by somebody previously and their logo was still there. So they want to burn their logo off, take all the logos all off around the containers, and do another survey. So have the surveyor come out and do another survey and get a new seaworthy certificate. And I already did that, and that was a nightmare.
Oh wait,
so that's the new problem. So at this point, I'm like, okay, just take my container home and send it back to my yard like it was. And then the one with the
wasn't the
cars,
video.
I
Hold on.
just sent my titles off to these people, and so now.
It's called I Want to Go Back to America. Hold on. Where is that video? Anyway, I don't get how some people just move to a third world country and don't do their research. Why would you move to Ghana and not do your research on what Ghana has and not have, and then you go over there and you're like, I hate this place. Ghana is not America. Ghana never branded itself to be America. No, it never did that. So I don't know why some people go to some of these countries and then they go there and they're shocked that people don't see them the same. Like, duh, you have an accent, you're American, you have money. Like, why would they see you as a fellow person who they grew up with? Like, why would they do that? I can't even find the video. Hold on. Oh, this is it. Is it here? I think it's this one. Hold on. Yeah.
Good morning, YouTube. I tried so hard to stay here in Africa, but I really my time is up now. I had enough. I cannot afford to live here. I feel broke and I feel poor in Africa. I feel like I'm gonna be out there selling some shit soon because This ain't making no sense to me. I pay $130 a day to drive around with a truck with no fucking radio. I pay $100 a day to live in a 2-bedroom with 6 of us with no hot water, no stove, no refrigerator. The refrigerator broke. It's $100 a day, and it's what? No, it's not $100 a day. I'm sorry, it's $100 US a day. Then on top of that, I got lizards crawling in the bed with me. I got fucking a whole infestation of ants. It's infested with bees. The house outside flooded yesterday. Then on top of that, not to mention we have no hot water to wash our ass. They talking about something, take a kettle, put it on the stove and warm the water up. First of fucking all, I live in America in a fucking mansion, and we don't have to fucking put no water on the stove. We got steady hot water, steady electricity, and the only time our electricity gets cut off is when we don't pay the bill. And we got it so good now, we got prepaid electricity, so if we forget to pay the bill, we put some money on that prepaid thing, and it comes right back on in 2 minutes, in less than 2 minutes. This shit right here didn't come on for 14 hours yesterday. I can't deal. I love the people. Don't get me wrong. When I'm outside, I'm having fun. I love people. But when I come back to reality, when you come back home, home is where the heart is, right? When you come back home, you're supposed to feel comfortable. You're supposed to be happy. I'm not happy. Every house I look for, the house is expensive as hell. Oh my God. 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, $1 million to live in a house where you look outside and all you see is turkeys and ducks and chickens and sheep and old malnourished cows and shit and fucking all this just grass and shit. I didn't pay that much for my house in America. And everybody I talk to is saying the same thing. Oh, this house is $500,000. Oh, this house is $200,000. This house is $300,000. I'm like, God damn, I can't afford to live here. I cannot. I paid $100,000 for my house and a good ass community. I'm surrounded by rich people in my neighborhood. I'm the brokest person on the block. Got a good, nice neighborhood. It's so crazy that most people say they cannot move to my area because they don't make enough money. And I knew when I moved to my area that it was like that. It was that type of area where everybody was high up there. And I was like, shit, if you hang around enough rich people, you'll be rich too. So I moved on in and got me a house and comfortable in my house and all that. But y'all, I'd rather go back to America and deal with the racism in America before I sit here in Africa and deal with the bullshit robbery, the bullshit fraud, the bullshit scams, the bullshit too expensive, the bullshit not having no snacks, the bullshit not having no food, the bullshit electricity, the bullshit hot water.
This is this is hilarious. $100,000 for a mansion. I want to see what that mansion looks like. I actually want to see that, right? I want to see that. Talking about, I hate this place, but she stayed in America for a whole month. Apparently, she's half Ghanaian, whatever. Like, I don't believe that, but okay, fine, I'll give it to her. You're half Ghanaian. You've never been to your quote unquote country before. And you married a Ghanaian that's gonna scam you for a green card? Oh wow. Dumb or something. I hate this woman, okay? Let me tell you, I particularly hate this one because I would love if she like dissed Ghana and left, but she dissed Ghana and married a Ghanaian and now she's there. Ugh. I hate her. Like I really hate her.
Order the bullshit. What's that shit called? That be coming down. The bullshit animals and scorpions outside the house. It's big ass spiders. It's big ass lizards. Colorful lizards you ain't never seen before. All in the fucking room with you, sleeping with you. All the bullshit people trying to scam you when you go outside.
She was complaining about no snacks in Ghana. I'm like, don't you think that's a good thing that there's no snack? There are snacks in Ghana, by the way. You just have to go to the bougie stores. But I'm like, don't you think it's good to have a break from snacks?
I think you rich, so they trying to get more money off of you.
Look, I'm gonna have to go get some goddamn tobacco. She raised rice today, yesterday, and my fucker gonna tell me it's 45 John Singers for a little ass bag of rice.
45.
I said, hell no, I'm going to my man's store. My man, he from here, but he moved to Maryland a long time ago. He stayed there for 30 years. He got an American wife and he got a son around. So he know the game. He know Maryland. He know Americans like that. He moved back. He got his own store. Me and him got pretty cool. So I went to the store. I got my mother a bag of rice, 15 John Singers. That's 20 John Singers less. And the only reason she did that because he was out there running little shanty shops. And she seen me come with my Louis Vuitton bag. It was like, oh yeah, I'm about to chop this nigga head off. I was on 35 John Singers.
I don't know. I'm really trying to wrap my head around this shit. I'm really trying to wrap my head around how are Americans coming to Africa and being happy? Please comment down below. Because for me, I'm ready to go. And I always used to say, if it's up to me, it will be. And I want to go out to Africa and make shit happen. No, I don't want to. I want to take my businesses back to America. I want to open up shop back in America, open up my dentist office and all the stuff that I was going to do out here in America. Because this right here, I can't even go to QT at night. The damn gas station's closed at 6 o'clock. They ain't got no snacks.
It's one thing called nutrient snacks or some shit like that. And it sound like
The fucking milk, they don't put the milk in the refrigerator. The milk is disgusting. It tastes like cream. The ice cream at the store tastes like Ensure. The fucking milkshake tastes like coffee. I can't eat here. I can't get nothing I like here. This place is just not for me, y'all. I'm all African and I don't like to be here. This shit is crazy, y'all. This is really crazy. So I'm about to get over here and start cutting my shit and get the fuck out of here. So I'll talk to y'all later.
She's disgusting. Like, she's actually disgusting. She's gross. Yeah. Now, okay. What I'll say is at Accra and like East Legon and Oxford area is expensive, but other parts of Ghana are not expensive. But I guess the problem is it's like everyone wants to live in one area, so that drives the prices up. And I don't know if it has anything. People say it has something to do with Black Americans. I don't think it does. I just think that a lot of people went back in a particular area, so it's just causing a lot of problems. People are being priced out, and it's sad. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, okay. See, people will say Ghana is expensive, but an average apartment in Accra is like $400. Well, for me, that's not expensive, but I guess for someone who makes average maybe $2,000 to $3,000 a year, I could see why that's a problem. They don't really want to live in other cities. They'd rather live in Accra. So that could have something to do with it. But, I will say in general, yeah, Ghana is, or let me say, fine. I'll just say in general, Ghana is more expensive than other countries. Like, Ghana is more expensive than Nigeria on average, but people ain't really trying to go at, yeah, Ghana is more expensive than Nigeria, but Nigeria hasn't worked on their. I don't think Nigerians care. They have like 200 million people in their country. They're not really worried about tourism. Yeah, that's what I'll say for now. How bad is racism in Canada? I actually made a video on that. Racism in Canada is not bad, actually. There's a group of people here that, believe it or not, but there's a group of people that actually get treated worse than Black people over here. Believe it, you won't even believe it, but there's a group of people that get treated worse than Black people here. And I'll say racism in Canada, it's more like systemic racism. It's more like institutional racism. So it's like if you're trying to, let's say, apply for a business and your family doesn't have a background of doing businesses, it's gonna be difficult. Yeah, I mean, if you're in an area where it's not diverse, nothing's gonna happen to you. But I mean, if you want to be with those group of people, that's cool. But if you want to be with people who are like yourself, probably gonna be depressed because I what's the percentage of Black people in Canada? I swear it's much lower than the percentage of Black people in America. In America, it's apparently 13%. So imagine Canada, where it's probably like 3% or something like that. Yeah, it's there's certain communities that I would not want people to live in just because I don't know, how can you live in an area where there's no one that looks like you? I don't know if that's racist on my end, but I would feel really uncomfortable. Okay. Robberies and scams are every. Let me tell you something. When some of these people complain that they go to Africa and get scammed, they mean that they're going to the market, and instead of the market lady saying something is $5, the market lady is saying it's $10. That's the scam they're talking about. Or maybe they're going to Airbnb's already made, but let's say that they're going to look for apartments and the apartment person's like raises the price. That's what they mean by scam. Okay. I don't know what type of scam they're actually talking about, because I've seen worse scams over here. Okay. I've seen worse robberies. Robberies. Yeah, that's a stretch. Like, in a lot of these countries, only the police that's allowed to have guns. So robberies, I would say, is kind of a stretch. I mean, I know she didn't experience a robbery, so she doesn't have anything to talk about. Oh, another scam, a legitimate scam I think she was referring to was when she went to the airport. And I'm not gonna lie, the Ghanaian government was pretty bad with. I won't lie, like she did have a point when it came to the airport. I think they had like a lot of COVID protocols, and um they had a lot of COVID protocols, and I think they were testing some people. They're making some people false positive because they wanted to like detain some people and like hold them in a hotel and steal money from them. So okay, fine. I'll admit that wasn't good. Like I'll admit, if she's talking about that, then okay, I'll give it to her. No. What are you guys saying? I'm about to leave soon, yo. About to leave. Okay, The Rock. What are you guys talking about? You're saying your other account is blocked? I wonder who's okay. For anyone who's quote unquote blocked, I'll unblock you in a couple of minutes, okay? I don't know why. Did you guys say something offensive? Oh, you can't see Farmajo? Farmajo? Yo, I only was able to add like 10 people on here. But I'll update these, and I'll try to add other countries as well. I'll make another one where I add other presidents. No, you guys need to go back to Nigeria, because a lot of you guys have 60 to 70% Nigerian DNA. So please go back to Nigeria. Please go back to make Nigeria great again, okay? Please make Nigeria great again. I think I think Nigeria I think Nigeria will really benefit from your guys's non-tribalistic mentality. Don't you think it would be cool if you saw like Adolf FBA as a president of Nigeria? I think that would be really. Go back to Nigeria. No, Mike, please tell your president to invite them back to Nigeria, because we really need that. Okay. I really want them to go back to Lagos. They need to go back to Lagos. They need to go back to Enugu. They need to go back to Ekiti, Wari, okay? Abekuta. Go back, man. Go back to Nigeria. Um. Oh, why am I ending the show so early? I don't know. I just would like to. I kind of, to be honest, I got a little bit bored at the end of the panel. I thought it was like two people speaking, and that kind of bothered me. That's not me. I mean, I look. I'm pretty good looking, but that's not me. No, it's not me. Mike Myers, exactly Nigeria, bruh. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. I mean, Ghana is the second most peaceful country in Africa, and Ghanaians never talk about that. You know what I mean? Second most peaceful country in Africa, and Ghanaians never brag about that. Someone was asking, why are there so many companies that are trying to invest into Ghana? Listen, Ghana doesn't have a lot of money, but people know how safe Ghana is, so shout outs to Ghana. Ghana also has the currency of Ghana is the cedi, and I think it's the third or fourth strongest currency on the continent. So shout outs to Ghana again. Okay. Again, Ghana's a small country, but like the fact that people even speak about Ghana means that it markets itself very well, don't you think? Don't you think? Anyways, guys, please go back to Nigeria. You know what I mean? Like, there's oil money in Nigeria. Don't you guys want oil money? No, but all jokes aside, I don't think Nigeria can get it together. I really do. I don't know how, but I feel Nigeria will be, because Nigeria's population is gonna double by 2050, isn't it? There's gonna be 400 million Nigerians. Whoa, that's interesting, right? That is interesting. Uh, yeah, natives are not treated really good here. Yeah, we don't really, yeah, pretty much they're treated pretty bad here. People call them racial slurs. It's really sad, because this is the thing, right? If somebody makes fun of me, it's cool. Like, I immigrated here, it's fine. But the natives, this is their actual country that Canadians stole from them, or British descendants stole from them. So I'm like, how can you literally take over someone else's country and then call them insignificant? That's so sad. They're so racist against them, man. They hate the natives. Nigeria is no, it's not. No, it's not. I promise you, watch some Nigerian politics. Yeah, when it comes to Nigeria, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I do big up Nigeria because I don't want them to blow up Ghana. So I kind of have to say these things. But Nigeria, I really do. Let me ask the Nigerians in here. Do you guys think that Nigeria is gonna benefit from the Dangote oil refinery, or do you guys think it's still gonna be managed by Shell? All these all these Western companies. How do you guys feel about? Because one thing I noticed about Nigeria, like they're very good with Afrobeat and Nollywood, like entertainment, which is such a stereotype. It's like we're good at singing and dancing, but like, how about actual industry? I'm not saying Nigeria doesn't have industries, it does, but it's like, can we stop bragging about how Wizkid is the best? Like, what's going on with your oil? What's going on with your oil? Other countries too, but especially Nigeria, since you're the big brothers of or giants of Africa. I don't know why. Okay. But yeah, guys, would any of you guys take a trip to Nigeria? Cause stop, like, Lekki looks beautiful. So does Victoria. I'm only talking about the bougie areas. I don't care about the village, whatever. But I mean, Lekki looks really nice. Like, even Tayo, what's his name? Tayo Aina, I think he went there. Or Tayo Aina went there. Oh, and another point I wanted to make to the whole Pan-African thing is, how come when certain YouTubers go to your guys' country, they always get deported? I mean, someone's going to your country to show how beautiful your quota. You guys are ungrateful. If it was a white person, you guys would be like, oh yeah, come right in. An African, no, they're gonna get deported. Okay. They're gonna get questioned. People are gonna want to see their bank account. You guys are so backwards. Okay, and I know he's not my favorite either. He's done some gimmicky things, but if he wants to come to your country, like, why don't you just let him come to your country, you know? Let me see. Hold on.
I swear to God, I never took a photo anywhere. I swear to God, man. I gave you my camera to check and you didn't see any photos. Still, I said you're reporting me. What is this? I swear to God, I gave you my camera. I gave her my camera to check it out. This. No idea, man. Excuse me. They want me to have a letter which shows like what I've done for me to get deported. They said they're asking for the letter which shows that what I've done, because I, like, for real, this is the thing started from here, and I know for sure. Mommy, hello, mommy, I gave you my camera. You told me you want to see the photos. I showed you. There's no photo. Like, I was here. This is a vlogging camera. I just have to hold it everywhere I go, mommy. I showed you everything. No, they said you need to show what is the reason. I don't. And if you ask me what is the reason why I'm getting deported, I really don't. Because I came here. You ain't saying I'm getting deported, going back to Ghana. I have no problem with that. But I want to know why. Why?
Don't mix it. The reason is not deporting you.
Oh, okay.
The reason is that officer has told you you're not a Ugandan resident.
You know what?
You're not a Ugandan resident.
Yeah, but I have a visa.
You're not a Tanzanian resident.
I have a visa.
Excuse me, everyone who enters Uganda has a visa.
Yeah.
You don't get from Uganda and you go to Uganda. Did he explain to you?
No, he said.
Excuse me.
But
don't start joking with that.
Just sad, man. Some people are here talking about borderless Africa, but you literally cannot go to another country without being invited. There's just so many horror stories. This even makes me not want to travel to other countries like that, because I'm like, shoot, what if they think I'm like doing a drug deal in their country?
it's that time again for us to show you Africa to the world, one country at a time. Oh, no way, man. I'm so excited. You know why? Because I'm finally going to my country number 25, Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe means a lot to me. I mean, Zimbabwe is so special to me. You know why? Because of Robert Mugabe.
We have fought for our land. We have fought for our sovereignty, small as we are. We have won our independence, and we are prepared to shed our blood in sustenance and maintenance and protection of that independence.
Robert Mugabe's wife, first wife, Sally, was from my region. Yeah, so I grew up hearing about Robert Mugabe. My mom used to be a guard for Mugabe anytime Mugabe comes to my region. Did you know that Mugabe's first son died of malaria in Sekendi, and he was buried in Sekendi? And anytime Mugabe comes, my mom will be the one to guard him. And because of that, I learned about Robert Mugabe when I was growing up. But apart from that, when I went to school in China, I had so many classmates from Zimbabwe. So I've always wanted to go to Zimbabwe. But this is my fourth time trying to enter Zimbabwe. My first time when I found myself in Livingstone, Zambia, I was deported from Zambia, so I couldn't enter Zimbabwe. Second time, I found myself in Mozambique. And when I got to Mozambique, I couldn't enter Zimbabwe because COVID got me stuck in Mozambique. I couldn't go to Zimbabwe once again. The time is finally now, and I always say that gospel.
You deserve more. More flavor.
The driver is telling me that I look familiar, and I'm also saying that he also looks familiar. You look familiar, though. Huh? Are you not the guy on YouTube who make YouTube videos? Ain't you know one? Oh, really? Yeah. You're the one on Twitter, no?
I just feel like I almost got arrested. They say they're very powerful people and they can do with me. The reason why they were not happy and they felt like I was interfering is because I'm Zimbabwean and you're Ghanaian, so they felt like I'm interfering because you're Ghanaian and I'm Zimbabwean. But at the end of the day, I just feel like Africa to Africa, one African country to another African country, why should there be any differences like, oh, this African is from this part of Africa and this African is from the other part of Africa? Crazy, bro.
What happened though?
So when we got to the first counter and they took Joe passports, which he's a Kenyan, and they were asking him, where are you going to stay? But because he doesn't know the address, I just told the other guy, this is the address. And he was like, no, you have to have it in your head, off head. And I'm like, I don't have to have it because I don't know. This is my first time. He said, where are you from? I said, I'm from Ghana. He said, bring your passports. Follow me. Why are you taking my passport? He said, follow me. We got to the office. Why are you in Zimbabwe? I said, for tourism purpose. Where is the money you came with to do the tourism? I said, why are you asking me for money? I don't have to hold money for tourism. I have money on my card. He said, then write credit card. But I'll make sure they deport you. I'll write it that they deport you.
Why would you even tell an African that I'm going to make sure they deport you? See, I think I need to address the AU. You know, I need to take some time and address the AU. I mean, they've established the AFTA in Ghana, and I believe that it's not functioning. Africans cannot even move from one African country to another. Anytime you travel, they just harass you. See, this is my guy. I met him at the airport. We used to know each other from Shenyang, and he even wanted to help me. I always meet people at the airport. Like, oh, I watch your videos, and here we are. I mean, we know each other for so long, yeah?
For so long, bro. You remember in Shenyang?
Apparently, they want to arrest him for helping me. Bro, that was crazy, man.
Yeah. I almost got arrested because I was just trying to help you. Yeah. They say I'm interfering and they wanted to arrest me. They say they're very powerful people
and they can do with me. Imagine, it's my first time coming back home after 3 years, and I met you guys, and I know you guys are here for the good cause. So I wanted to help you guys, and yeah, I almost got arrested.
This is
Just because they have power and they can do it, so they wanted to arrest me. The crime is just trying to help you guys since you've traveled and you've arrived in my motherland.
Man, I'm so sorry, man,
No,
for,
no, it's okay.
for making you go through all of
And
that.
I don't
So
know
sorry.
I don't know like what people have to do with the West Africans, because
Let me see
Job was
something.
the one who got there first, and he's a Kenyan, but they put his passport aside and they were interrogating me. They told him to go out and they put his passport down, and now the questions were all direct to me. So I don't know what they have to do with West Africa.
They were ahead of me, so I got in there as soon as he saw me. Said, "Where are you from?" I said, "I'm from Ghana." He took my passport. He took my passport and said, "Join them." Man, this is ridiculous, man. I used to talk about this over and over again, like, why do Africans treat their own this way? I mean, are you guys encouraging traveling in Africa? No, because now you're telling us that, see, when you go in there, there are more Chinese people.
Because if they see you guys filming, you might go for round two.
I think I've seen Chinese people, other nationalities entering Zimbabwe freely. But as soon as we got there, they said, no, you are not welcome. I really hate to do videos like this because anytime I do such videos, people call me names. I mean, one of the names that a lot of people calls me is the attention seeker. He's here once again to seek attention. If I need attention, I can just remove my clothes, move in town, and definitely I'll get attention that I want. But that's not attention that I'm looking for. What I'm asking for is, please allow Africans to explore their own continent. Because anytime we go out to do videos like this, anytime we spend so much money to travel from one African country to another, it's just one common goal: to change the narrative about Africa, to encourage more Africans to travel within Africa, to encourage more Africans to invest in their own continent. Listen, I've been through a lot in terms of my African travels, and I hardly even talk about it sometimes. I have been deported from Uganda. I've also been deported from Zambia. I've been arrested in Kenya. I've been denied entry to Mozambique, also denied entry to South Africa. Listen, there are a lot of things that I don't even talk about. In Somali, I was detained for 9 good hours. You see, there was even a brawl at the airport.
You guys know how it is when you buy a new Mac. It's super fast at first, and then pretty soon after it starts to slow down. That's probably because you haven't been using Clean My Mac X, which will help clean, speed up, optimize, and protect your computer. I use it on my...
Whilst I was still there, you know why? They were fighting because one immigration officer is saying that he's not going to allow me to enter Somali. Another guy is saying that this guy is here for a good cause, so allow him to enter. At the end of the day, it just caused what? A chaos in the airport. I never even talked about it because I'm not here for that attention. But I feel like if I don't talk about these things, who else? I mean, Africa got a great potential to be one of...
Bro, like, let's just be honest here. Like, you're not Chinese or Indian or Lebanese or whatever, or even Caucasian. So people are not going to see you as an investor. And technically, you're not investing in their countries. You're just filming videos for your own benefit. So I kind of I don't like it, but I mean, why would Africans just let other people in their country? And yeah, you have some countries like in Eastern Africa, I believe Uganda, Rwanda, they're very particular about what you film in their country. Like they don't like you just filming anything. So it kind of makes sense, you know. I don't like it. But unless you're giving the president money to be able to film in their country, like why should you just be allowed in there? And I think that goes against a lot of Pan African principles because they'll talk about one passport, no borders. Eh, what are you going to the country to do, right? Like, what are you actually what are you going there to do? Like really, what are you going to the country to do? Can they like literally ask you why you're going to their country? Like if it's just for a vacation, it's not that important. It's go somewhere. The country has the right to tell you to go somewhere else. And I know that sounds so harsh. I don't even like admitting it, but I mean, last time I checked, like, don't you have to have a visa to apply to a country? Let's say you want to go to the UK right now. I'm pretty sure you have to, well, unless you're from certain countries, you need an invitation or you need a reason to go to the UK. You can't just say, I'm going there. There's some countries that you literally cannot just go there. Like, you, unless you're invited, unless you're allowed to go there, like, they're not really obligated to take you in. Like I feel like that's the problem with some people thinking that they're global citizens, the whole world belongs to them. The whole world doesn't belong to you. The whole continent does not belong to you. It just doesn't. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter just because you black. Okay, just because you black doesn't mean that the whole continent belongs to you. So if someone, it hurts, right? It really hurts. But if someone's saying, I don't really want you in my country, like that's their choice, man. That's their choice. Fellow saying to get me. Oh my, and not kudos to him though. Like, how can you be deported from like four countries? You're still traveling. Me, the minute I get deported from one country, I'm stopping all travel. I don't know how he has the energy to keep doing this. Like, another thing people that haven't noticed is not only him, he brings a whole crew of other people with him when he's traveling, right? So it's bad enough to admit one person, but you're admitting like three or four men who you have no idea what they're doing in your country. Like, nah, 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 nah. Again, if you want to go to other people's countries that bad, yeah, you need to write immigration. You need to let them know exactly what you're doing there. And I think they'll be more willing to let you in, you know. But yeah, I think I'm gonna end it there. Hopefully someone goes live after this. If not, then that's cool. He saw me in Congo riding a horse. Oh my. No, I love his videos, right? But I also agree with the protectionist attitude that, I mean, if you don't want someone in your country, you don't want them in your country. Like it is what it is. It's sad and I don't like it, but what can I say? It's their country. Know what I mean? Like if I wanted to go to Kenya and they were like, "No, you can't come in because you look a certain way," I would cry, but it's okay. I'll find somewhere else to go, you know? I'll find somewhere else to go. And to be honest, yeah, I won't even lie. He's there to film videos. That's it. That's all. He's only there to film videos. That is literally it. Now, I feel bad. Maybe he should start an organization with like immigration of these countries where they can actually be aware of who he is, and maybe it could help with his traveling endeavors. I think that would be better than just going to the border and hoping that they let you in. Because this has happened way too many times. It happened way too many times for him to not have, or his team, not even himself, but his team to not have formulated around about. Because no, he's thinking that, oh, because he has ECOWAS, he's thinking that every country is like ECOWAS. Like, no, it's not. He even had issues. I forgot which country it was. I honestly forgot, but it was ECOWAS nation. He even had issues in an ECOWAS nation. I'm like, wow, wow, wow. That's sad. That is really sad. That's actually really, really. I don't think Africans really like other Africans going to their country like that. I think that's not something people really want to admit, but I think they view a lot of Africans as like economic problem economic problems. They don't really view other Africans as investors, and I mean, that's a stereotype, but why do they feel that way? Like, have other Africans really invested into other African countries for them to feel that way? Because I'll be honest here, like, if you're talking about Niger, Chadians, they're already in Ghana, but do we really, okay, do some people care about those people? Not really. Like, people want people with money. You know what I mean? Like, if a South African were to come to Ghana, I'll be like, oh, what are they doing here? But like someone from a country that's like, anyway, you know what I mean? Someone from like a warring country, it's like, what are you? Ugh, you're here to apply for jobs. Like, oh my goodness. Like, it's like, can you please get out of here? You know what I mean? But someone from like a country that's maybe better off than yours, then you could kind of be like, okay, let me give this person a chance. Someone from a really anyway, let me be quiet because people are gonna think I hate other Africans. I don't hate them, but it's like, what am I? You need to do a better job. Like, you can't just wake up and say going to different country. You really have to do better, because evidently there's some people from those countries that unfortunately they don't really trust you like that, and that's sad. I used to think everyone loved Maya, but speaking to some other Africans from other countries, they're like, he's a gimmick, he's okay, but I mean, do I really need him in my country? Not really. Ooh, yeah, that's what I heard of the Africans say about Maya. It's really sad, but what can I say, man? What percentage of West African be? Can you be specific about the country? No, can you ask that question again and be more specific about the country? Because I don't. West Africans is too broad of a term. That's like 14 or 15 African countries. I don't know. I can't answer for 14 or 15 African. I can't answer, but if you want to be more specific about who exactly, maybe narrow it down to one or two countries, and I could kind of give you some insights where I. So they probably thought Maya came from a different. I don't know. They probably did think Maya came from different country and was using a Ghanaian passport as a cover up. I'm starting to think that's it. Shad citizens should be allowed free. Man, in southern African countries, they misbehave a lot. There is a high number of them in our jail. Really? How can there be a high number of them when they last time I checked there were less than 100,000 in southern Africa? So how? That's sad, really. That's really sad. Um Yeah, every country should be aware of Wudamaya and they should sponsor his um his visits. Like that's what should be happening. I think they need to start doing that. That will help him a lot. Cause I do like Wudamaya. Like I know some people don't like him or whatever, but I don't think he means bad. You know, he doesn't mean harm. He just wants to show he just wants to show, all of Africa. Okay, all right. What percentage of Nigerians and Ghanaians engage in criminal activities in foreign nations? Does anyone have a number for that? See, I would argue that it's actually not that high, but it's definitely higher than other Africans, if that makes sense. Like I don't think it's that bad, but the fact that it just happens to be them creates a huge problem. Okay. I won't lie. Again, the actual figures, it depends on which country. Because we can talk about it from an African context. I mean, a lot of them are being kicked out of a lot of these countries, no lie. If you're talking about the West, it's bad. It's not good either. Quissy saying, is that your real name? Just wondering. I'm just curious. Quissy saying, did you see that Nigerian man who got killed in Italy? In the, stop it. In the middle of the street and nobody. Yeah, I heard that there was I heard that there was yeah, I heard that there was there's an Italian um Nigerian mafia in Italy, and I'm just like, of all countries, Italy, like, come on, Italy so chill. Okay, I think out of all of Africans, Nigerians are the ones who they'll die to make money, okay? Ghanaians like money too, but we won't die to get the dollar. Like, we won't do that. Like, Nigerians will die to get the money at all costs. Like, if a Nigerian doesn't become a doctor, they will die to get it's the funniest thing ever, man. But yeah, I love Nigerians still. It is it's just funny. It's just funny. Um in the last 5 years, it's 18,000 illegal foreigners were sent to jail, and that's not good, actually. That's really not good, to be honest. Did you see the story of the woman who was raped in South Africa and guess who sold them? I don't want to guess. I don't want to guess, man. I don't need to guess. I have a feeling I know who it is. Yeah, I don't know. See, with the bigger African countries, I'm not sure. But with the less competitive, smaller African countries, it's just not part of the culture. Like, nobody really cares. But the Nigerians care about that stuff. They care about getting money, they care about chopping life. I swear Nigerians came up with that. I want chop life. Like, who else? Oh, God. It's so funny, man. Um, an employee An employee shot and killed over too much mayo at Atlanta. Damn those idiots. That's actually not funny at all. People really shoot each other over things like this. That's sad. Okay, well, that is definitely enough. I think I'll hmm. See, I don't like making live streams about Nigerians because then it seems like I'm hating and I'm really not, but it's like who knows? Then the next live stream might be about why do so many people not like Nigerians or something like that because Nigerians are cool. I never really had an issue with Nigerians to be honest. But internationally I think they were kicked out of the UAE or Dubai. I forgot was one of those they were kicked out of there. Oh, actually, the UAE is Dubai. Duh, I'm so stupid. Yeah. So they kicked out of the UAE. They were kicked out of another country. Kenyans don't want them in Kenya anymore. I'm just whenever I ask Nigerians, right? Whenever I ask Nigerians, like, why does everyone have an issue with you? Then you know what Nigerians say? It's so, and I hate it when they say this, right? They say, "Oh, it's because everybody else is jealous." And I'm just like, yeah, okay. Everyone else is jealous. You telling me every single country is jealous of Nigeria? Okay. I'm see, there's so they'd be like, oh, everyone else is a problem with us because they're jealous of us. I'm like, don't you think they have an issue with you because you're literally going to everyone's country in numbers? It's not like Nigerians are like two or three or like 10 and they go in hundreds in someone else's country. There's a lot of countries where they have Nigerian only towns in that country, and as we've seen, like countries don't like that when there's a town that's like just only one ethnicity. They feel like you're taking over their country. They don't really like that. But yeah, Nigerians is cool. I like Nigerians, but I don't know, like what should Africans do about this Nigerian issue, man? Because it's funny, Nigerians are still gonna travel. You some of you guys are like doing stuff to Nigerians in your countries, but they're still gonna keep coming. So it's like there has to be some type of protocol with Nigerians, because they're not gonna stop unless you literally stop giving them visas, or I don't know, in the case of countries where they supposedly come illegally, unless you deport them as soon as you see them, like the Nigerians are not gonna stop coming. Like they're not gonna do that. You guys know that, right? Anyways, You saying you dominating in UFC? Oh my god. Mike Myers, why do African American, well, not all of them, right? I can't speak for all of them. But why do African American have an issue with Nigerians? It's like African Americans are what? Like 30 million of the population. Nigerians cannot even be 2 million. I swear Nigerians are probably a couple 100,000. I'm like, how do a group of 40 million people have an issue with Niger? It's so funny. It's so funny when they it's so funny when they go like Nigerians are the worst. Like they obviously they hate all West Africans, but like whatever, they seriously do not like Nigerians. It's so funny. And I don't care, they say that they don't hate all West Africans, but they do. So I know that they do because I mean they do. They hate all West Africans. They do. And they hate Central Africans. Well, not as much because Central Africans don't really talk, but no, they do. Star one, they do because let me be honest with you. When you get into a deep argument with one, they'll be like, "That's why you guys sold us." I'm like, "Wait, hold up, wait, huh?" Like they all of a sudden it's like, "That's why you guys sold us." I'm just like, okay, whatever. I just say, okay, I know it's cool. It's fine. Like it's whatever. It's um no, that's not true. No, are you sure about this? That's hilarious. Okay, anyways, guys, that's anyways, guys, that's it. I'm going to leave. It's been 5 hours. Thanks, guys. It's been real. I'll see you guys next time.